Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into this Wednesday edition of Some Extra Sauce. And it's gonna, let's just say this, until I guess the preseason is over, I think it'd be smart for us to kind of gear the show towards Bears, man, because it's just so much conversation to go on and be had right about now. It's just hard to try to put together something else. We got some stuff at the very, very end, but just a couple little things, but you know, this is going to be a Bears heavy show, and it's going to stay like this until preseason is over, and then we can start building, you know, some of the other content back up for some extra sauce, man. I just think it's too much Bears going on right now. The season it's too much expectation, man. It's going to be hard to get in and out of this Bears conversation without having to argue and fight with these guys, because I know they got a lot to talk about. So just going to feed the Bears fans, as we say over here, what they want, man. We're going to give you a great show. We got a lot of shit to talk about, man. So without further ado, let me go ahead and bounce past this thing to the Canadian. He didn't tell me what he had to eat, so I'm going to do it safe.
What did I have to eat, man? Oh, I had some chicken. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't doing anything special today. Just some, had to get some, had to get some fried chicken in me today, man.
Oh, okay. You get it from that one place you always talking about?
Yeah, man. I got some Mary Browns today. It was 2 for 1. So I got a whole second plate waiting for me for tomorrow.
What's a 2 for 1?
What do you mean what's a 2 for 1?
I mean, it's chicken. What's a 2 for 1?
I paid one price for 2 pieces of chicken and some wedge fries. And got a whole other 2 pieces of chicken and wedge fries. It's not a bad deal.
That means you're probably a breast eater, right?
Settle down, Red Baron.
I'll eat whatever kind of chicken you put in front of me. Really, I've never turned back a piece of chicken. I'll just be real about that. I'm not big on, like, I'm a dark meat guy, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice.
Yeah, if you're gonna put some chicken in front of me, I'm likely gonna eat it and tell you that it sucks if it does, or tell you that it's awesome if it's awesome. And so far, Mary Brown's doesn't really disappoint. They make some decent ass chicken. We gotta get them to expand to the U.S., man. You guys would be surprised. I'm telling you.
Mary Brown, huh?
Man.
I believe the only reason Mary Brown ain't here is because of I don't know. What up, Cloud Chasers?
What up, Cloud?
I don't know who Saif is, but welcome in. I don't know what 55555 means, but I don't know.
That's a lot of fives, bro.
777-9311.
What up, Saif? But yeah, man, it's hard business over here in this country, man. You bringing some new chicken over here now, dude. You better be good.
Well, and this is what I'm trying to say. Like, it would there was an extreme shortage of fried chicken up here for a minute. Like, I just got to say, like, churches kind of left most of the country. There's a couple of I found, like I told y'all before, I found a churches out in BF, Ontario. I was in the middle of nowhere. It's out in Woodstock, where right next to was it Woodstock? Yeah, Woodstock, man. Where the big concert was at. And there ain't nothing there, really. That's why they did the concert there, because there's nothing. There's nothing.
Yeah, big ass field.
It's a field. So I was driving past, and boom, saw churches, and I had to figure my way to churches and get a little taste, because it'd been about 15, almost 20 years since I had some churches chicken. And yeah, man, the Mary Browns just sort of come in and.
Churches.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we had churches for a minute, Cloud Chasers. We had it for
I can meet too, bro. Trust me. Hey, by the way, churches.
Even had Kenny Rogers too.
I haven't had churches since they changed the recipe, and I don't know if they changed ownership But I hear the churches now is off the chain better than it was. It became. It's not only churches; it's Texas Chicken. So it's the same people.
It's not as good.
That's not what I'm hearing from people. There's some chicken. I know some real chicken heads, and they ain't all female, bro.
Well, I'm just saying, maybe it's different, but it wasn't. When I had it the other, like a year back now, it wasn't anywhere near what I remembered it to be. So I was a little bit disappointed. I'll be honest with you, and wound up back with the Mary Browns and enjoying the hell out of it. It's Mary Browns is real good. Their wedge fries are top shelf, and it just kind of makes things a little bit nicer at the end of it. I mean, it's
almost like kids. It's almost like my mother tells me years ago that Burger King had this fish sandwich they call it the Whaler or something.
Oh. And yeah. Okay, yeah.
And she was just like, at first she wouldn't go get the new fish sandwich because it wasn't the Whaler, right? And but Burger King, what they did was upgraded their fish sandwich. And surprisingly, she told me, she was just like, I never would get it for years. She said it took me a long time to go get it, but I got it. She said they upgraded it and it tastes way better. And I'm just like, wait a minute. My mother is a real traditionalist, man. Real deal traditionalist. If it ain't the way she remembers some shit, she gonna be on that ass about it. But she was just like, man, this thing is way better than the sandwich she used to get. So I mean, I'm just saying that to say, you and Church's Chicken, maybe give it another chance. Maybe you caught them on a bad day.
Again, if I bump into a Church's Chicken, I'm gonna stop them. I'm gonna catch them Church's Chicken just because it'll be a minute until the next time. But let me tell you, man, when Popeyes came here, I was waiting for Popeyes for about 20 years, man.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
You see what I'm saying? Like Popeyes, there's like two Popeyes restaurants in Toronto. So if I'm in T-Dot, I'm gonna find my way to a Popeyes, get myself some Popeyes, and get the F out of town. But eventually they're like, yo, we're expanding all over Ontario. So I was like, word up. So like now there's like 5, 6 Popeyes in town. First couple of months there was just one. And everybody was going to the one by the droves. I'm talking like there was lineups out in the streets. It was crazy. And now it's everywhere and nobody cares. But they make some badass chicken. End of the day, the sides aren't great. All I got to say is these wedge fries at Mary Brown's take the sides to another level. And, man, the chicken's pretty good too, man. Both things together is a solid meal.
My boy Smitty up in here. Hey, Smitty, go find you some of that mambo sauce somewhere. I keep hearing all that mambo sauce noise. What up, Shad?
He's out there in DC. Right on, Smitty.
DC. I always hear that mambo sauce noise, man. What up? And we got some love for the Smitty up in the building. Let me get him right. Give me a second, y'all. I wasn't ready for that one, but here we go. Smitty with the 10 jewels gold coin on their ass. Appreciate you, dog. We need it. We need it. Smitty showing that love, man. All he did was heard me say, dog, it's a struggle. And Smitty been doing everything he can to make sure you throw something at us, man. And dog, that's just nothing but love. And just know, Smitty, and everybody else that's showing us that love, man. Dog, y'all have no idea how much it's reciprocated, man. I wish I could show you in person exactly how I feel about that, man. But y'all know it. Y'all can feel it, man. We love y'all, man. Straight up, Steve, man. Appreciate it.
If I'm reading this correctly, Steve, Green Bay Packers, New York? Is that what that is?
Oh, you read all the way into it like that?
Well, maybe, or maybe it's Great Britain Posse. I'm just making shit up now. I don't know, man. But shout out to you, Steve, man. What's up, man?
Hello, Steve.
Hey,
is up in here.
Yeah, man. The homies gonna fall in line as we go. But all that to say, I had some badass chicken. And Triple R, what's the problem with you?
Oh, chilling. Shout out to everybody there in the chat. Of course. Wanted to pass along some information, if I may. and I will do it now, and I will do it later before we go. But on next Wednesday's some extra sauce. It's the last Wednesday of the month, so of course it's MF in the kitchen time. And I was doing some work with Chef earlier. He wants to pass along what will be on the menu. And so the menu will consist of sardine fillets and goat cheese croquets with a creamy capers dipping sauce.
Well, it'll be a show, that's for sure.
Wait a minute, what you say, Trip? I'm writing Smitty back, man. I mean,
Oh,
Smitty, what's going on with Murphy's, man? He's at Murphy's is a gas station. I think it's a truck stop. What's happening with them? But carry
I
on.
thought they meant Murphy's Law. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong.
But what you say again, Trips? I was writing back to him.
Oh yeah. On the menu for next Wednesday's MF from the Kitchen with Chef Trips, it will consist of sardine fillets and goat cheese croquets,
Oh, Lord.
croquettes with a creamy capers dipping sauce. So that's what's on the menu. I don't know how it's prepared. I don't know what's in it. That's his thing. I'm just passing along the information. Don't hurt the messenger.
Okay, we got to. Okay, I ain't even gonna go there. Smitty, he said he's been fighting Murphy's Law the past couple of days. I said I didn't see the law. I forget what Murphy's Law is again. Trips, tell me again.
Whatever can go wrong will go wrong.
Oh Lord.
She don't hit the fan.
Oh Lord. We don't need that. We don't need that, man, because I've been fighting that thought for a week. Let's just say that. A whole week. And I refuse to give in to negative thought, man. I just don't. Kes calls me sugar puffs and rainbows and my thinking. And that's just me. That's just my standard. I still got shit going on. It's hardcore stuff that I got to deal with.
I've never said sugar puffs, but I like that one actually. That was actually pretty good.
I figured you would. But ain't no need for me to complain about it. That's the thing, man. I don't know what complaining has ever done for anybody trying to make progression. You know what I mean? You might get a quick, minute reaction from somebody. You might get a quick, whatever it is, a reprieve or whatever. But in the big picture, complaining ain't gonna do you ain't gonna do you nothing.
Nobody give a damn.
You're gonna have to get down to the grindstone, bro. And that's where I'm at, man. It's down to man, it's some things that need to happen, and you need to make some things happen. And so that's just what it is. Man.
Right on.
That's right.
That's why he said fighting.
Stay fighting, man.
And Smitty, since you are in that part of the country, you might as well, go on over to Baltimore, B-more as they call it, the locals, sound local, and get you some crab cakes. Stop bullshit.
He's sitting in DC. He ain't going no damn Baltimore if he ain't got to.
Well, it's right there.
I don't know where you at in DC though. Downtown, right outside of there.
He ain't at that one address we all know. We know that. What up, AC?
Mm-hmm. He drove right on past that address.
Let's get human real quick, kids. What's been going on with you this week?
Just trying to get by, man. Good old work. My son has co-opted my vehicle. I hate it. Just wanted to put that out there for the world in case he gets to hear it, so he doesn't get his ass out of my vehicle. Anyways, he's fixing he's got a little hoopty whip he's trying to put together. Can't wait till that thing's on the roads because I can drive my car again.
What does he have, couth?
No, he's uncouth, sir.
So that means he bring the car back with no gas.
Oh, most of the time, yeah. But like I just took it out because I could for a minute, and there wasn't no gas in there. So we'll see what he and like the worst part is he filled it up last week and hollered at me. He was like, "Hey, like you want a splitty?" I'm like, "No, man, you've been driving my car all week. You can put it in. I'll catch you on Friday." He's like, "Oh, really? Okay." bet and like burned it down until Friday, so nothing in there. So I filled it up because I said I was gonna do it. I did it. It's we got less than a quarter tank in there right now, and I guarantee you, he probably put $10 in there just to make sure that it ain't on empty. But
right. At least
anyways,
replace. At least make a note when you get in. At least put it back there.
no couth at all.
Uncle, who raised him?
Oh damn it!
Damn.
That was me.
Oh damn.
Oh man.
I used to. That's like one of the first things my mother would tell me whenever, like when I was like 16. She barely would let me use it, but if she let me use it, first thing out of her mouth, it must for you. That gas hand better at least be where it was when you got it, or else.
It is not, and it has not been. It's not cool, and I'm about to lose my shit. So I'm just glad he's saying he's getting his whip on the road tomorrow. So if it's somehow past tomorrow, my car's missing and my gas is low, I will, and I'm knocking on wood here. I will definitely.
Yeah, Smitty got him a steak gyro.
Oh,
you say he was in Philly all day.
Nice.
That's some different shit.
In Philly, a steak gyro. I'm sure that you can only have so many cheesesteaks.
That's different though. Imagine how that'd go. A ribeye gyro.
No.
Yeah, no. Man. You got to think through that one now. You got to think through that one.
Like I don't.
Well, you change the sauce into more of a barbecue based, kind of mayo sauce.
No, Trip. No, see, you throwing other shit in it. I'm thinking of it straight as a gyro is. Just take the meat out and replace it.
Shadow Sports way more pissed, bro. But like, I feel the comment though. Look on the ribeye thing, like I'm like a traditionalist with that. I don't even want to. I love barbecue and all that. Get your sauce on. Don't fuck with my ribeye with no sauce.
No. I used to think the same thing, kids. There's a place near me that makes a ribeye sandwich, and it's a ribeye. It's a thinly cut ribeye, but not so thin to where it's just like, no, I ain't buying that. Ain't enough meat on it. No, it's got a nice. Just imagine the size of a double Whopper as far as the width of the meat, the thickness of the meat. And it's really good, man. They put some kind of aioli on this thing, and they don't overdo the shit. It's just mayo, tomato, that aioli, tomato, lettuce, and they ask you if you want onions on it. I get onions on mine. It is real good, bro. I don't know what they put on that meat, but I am telling you, man, that whatever that seasoning is on there carries that thing.
I'm a sucker for a steak sandwich, but like,
hey man,
I'll just
Ronnie,
give me a ribeye.
Shout out to Ronnie's steak with that grade D meat. It's delicious.
Man,
you don't need no ribeye in that damn sandwich. He said, "Fuck it."
Man, dude, it's like so many things that I never would have guessed that I would eat in combination to. And you go to different places where they do shit different, and you try some shit, and it's just I've had some of the most experiences, man, being around different parts of the country, having teammates from somewhere everywhere, going to visit them, and the stuff they eat, man. It would be no different than me going to Canada and kids taking me around his hood, showing me what they eat up there, stuff that you're not thinking about.
Right? Where they get the best
put these combinations together.
Brother, you should. I don't remember who the rapper was, but some New York rappers down here from Boot Camp Click, man. I don't remember which member Boot Camp it was. I was like, did anybody treat you right? And he was like, what are you talking about? You any Canadian food? It's like Canadian food.
Is there such thing?
That's what he said to me. I was like, motherfucker, you have a poutine yet? He said, I poo what? I was like, oh man, you gotta come with me. So me and the homie just hop across the street, got him some fries, gravy, and curds, and he just stared at it. He looked at this shit like
I would have too. Shit,
any normal person would. And they'd be like, "What is this?" It's
Mm.
fries, gravy, and curds, man. Just
Yeah,
just
meat,
eat it.
potatoes, and gravy.
What
Just
I
eat
don't
it.
understand, what I don't understand about that dish, and what always throws me off when I see it, is the curds. I don't understand
Yeah.
why you don't just put some melted, whatever those curds are, just melt it over the top of it, and then pour the gravy on it.
No, the cheese melts in with the heat anyways. It looks chunky and nasty, but the cheese melts in. Why it's cheese curds? And it's kind of like a wonder why folks just generally don't eat cheese curds. Because even me, the first time I had one, I was like, what is this? And why am I eating it? And then you get to eating it, and cheese curds is like buttery. It's cheese, but it's buttery. It's a little bit different than your standard cheese. And that adds a whole other level of flavor to it, bro.
What up, Crimson?
Oh yeah. Well, when you come down, let me know because that's right where I'm at basically. Um, you know what I'm saying? Let me know where you're at, man. We'll get you straight. There's some
Hey,
badass food joints here.
have you tried that carnivore bread?
No,
No,
What up,
no,
Dante?
I thought you was a keto guy. You tripping?
I am. I've never had carnivore.
All right, type it into your Google search and
Yeah.
thank me later.
No,
What
you
up,
don't. No,
Dante?
you don't, kid. You on keto, so don't.
No, it's a keto. It's a keto recipe.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
It's like
making
meat
bread
bread. No, like
without.
that's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah,
Zero carb,
No. What you call it? Hercules.
carnivore bread.
It's Hercules bread. Carnivore bread. Where you supposed to get this from?
Oh,
No, you make it.
you make it
Ain't nobody
yourself.
doing all that.
No, it's real easy.
What's funny
Make-
is I'm slightly with Nomad on that. So like we tried to make some bread and we were making bread up here for a minute, and it like no word of a lie. Like I can look down here. There's
Well,
bread maker somewhere back there somewhere. You know what
this
I
is
mean? Like
not your what you think of bread as like yeast and flour and all of that. These are like a couple of ingredients. You use like cottage cheese, a couple of eggs, and I think you can put uh like a scoopful of what do you call that? Psyllium husks, like
okay,
bran,
yeah, okay,
for the to make it bond and fiber. Then you blend it, and then it is like a paste, like looks like a pouring paste. And then you parchment paper into the bottom of a loaf of a not loaf pan or a loaf pan, but a pan, and then you pour it in, smooth it out, bake it for like 20 minutes, and then it's a flexible, rollable bread. It looks almost like a pita, even.
it looks legit.
Okay, so I didn't hear you say yeast, so it doesn't rise.
No, but
No,
it
but they
What's the
do
flat?
have variations that you can put baking soda and baking powder in to make it more of a loaf instead of a flatbread.
Okay, that's what I'm. Now you got me looking at it completely different. That's kind of how people make bread in the Middle East. Sort of like.
Yeah, when they make the naan and all that.
okay.
But it's
So
just a
here,
little bit different. This is a little bit healthier, a little bit more, customizable because now you can, if you want a little garlic in there, you put a little garlic powder in there, maybe a little, and jazz it up a little bit. You know how we do. But
okay,
yeah, carnivore bread. It can be a flat bread or it can be a loaf, where you can make buns and submarine rolls, hoagie rolls, if you will,
Mm,
or wraps.
I don't
Put
know.
your meats and your cheeses or whatever you're putting in, just wrap it and roll it up.
I don't know how kids tripped us down this rabbit hole, but
that
while he
wasn't me. That was Triple R. But I'm with it. I'm right in the hole. That's what she said.
all right, hey Tris, how was your week, bro?
It was cool. Just taking notes and putting together. See, you got to have one of these with your kids. You got to have a whiteboard. You got to be able to take notes.
Like one of my coaches or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You got to have the magnetic stuff joints on there and stuff. Yeah.
I just use my phone, but okay.
Well, I mean, but it's a dry erase board, so you get different thoughts, and then you do the editing, you do the video, what have you, then you erase and do on to the next one.
Got
So yeah, it's
cameras.
just putting in work. Shout out to at Chef Trips at CHEFTRIPS and at Trip Kundo TRIPPKUNEDO, as well as Sports Chicago Style, which is the at triple RSCS, as you can see right down there under my name. So yeah, that's been about my week.
Well, I'm gonna give y'all a little snapshot. There's a few things going on with me, but I'll give y'all probably the most interesting story. Um, so yesterday, when I met my girlfriend, she had you could tell she had a little bit of a vision problem. She's cute as hell, but you can tell, you can look at some people with glasses and you know they really need them. She's so cute. You know what I mean? It didn't even matter. Like glasses, bring all that shit over here. You know what I mean? That's how I met her. But over the years, she's always doing something with the glasses, right? Something going on there. So yesterday morning, she gets up with me, walks up to me, eyes big as a goddamn saucer. She said, "Yo, I can't see." So what you mean you can't see? She said, "I can't see." She said, "I know you're there, but I can't really see you. I can't make you out." I said, "What is it? You vision blurry?" She said, it's blurry, but one eye is more blurry than the other, and they feel heavy." I'm just like, what? So anyway, so she tried to put her glasses back on. She really can't see. It's worse with the glasses on. And I'm just like, hold up, well, take them motherfuckers off. So I walked her back out here while out here to the man cave and got her calm down. When I tell you that woman was on the verge of a panic attack, I don't think nobody would realize how fragile of a moment that would be for you as an individual if you woke up and nothing's there.
You mean you woke up blind? I think that would freak the average person out.
Yeah, she was tripping out. What up, FFG?
What up, FFG?
Daniel Brown, everybody.
What up, Daniel?
Yeah, so she woke up. So I'm keeping her from having a full-on ass meltdown, bro. She was shaking. She was so afraid, I mean, I'm calming her down. And as soon as I'm just like, listen, just give it some time. Sometimes people wake up foggy. I'm kind of making up shit just to keep her from flipping the fuck out. And she's grabbing my arm, and I'm just like, hey, just chill out. Just don't panic. Just keep calm. She's just like, just let me grab your arm. I'm sitting right next to her. So she's just grabbing me, holding me. And, slowly but surely, I just told her, don't put on them glasses. That seems to be making it worse. And so while she's grabbing my arm, I'm on my phone, Googling, the symptoms and stuff. I'm asking her questions and I'm Googling it. And it's one or two things, but mostly two things. She is either having too much screen time at home and at work, and it's messing with her already challenged eyes, right? Two, she just got a new prescription in her glasses. And I told her, I said, sometimes that don't go as right as you think it is. It ain't just, one fix and it's all right. You get those glasses, wear them for a while, and if you start experiencing some things, you got to reach out to your doctor and let them know what you're going through. And so she, man, you know how some females are. She likes to tongue wrestle and go back and forth. I'm like, listen now. I was like, don't make this into a big ass thing. I said, you just got to simplify what's going on here. Either you're watching too much screen time on the computer, your phone, your tablet, whatever you got going on, or they gave you the wrong. She just went and got them glasses probably 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I told her. So she woke up again this morning with the same thing going on, but it didn't last quite as long as it did. It just lasted for a brief amount of time. And last night she was particular about not getting on the screen, not looking at a tablet, getting off a phone and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm guessing it's probably both of those things in combination. The new prescription and her just spending less time looking at a computer or a phone. So, but she was freaked out, bro. Freaked completely out. So all the people in here, anybody in here that has, trouble with vision, visually challenged, man, you have that problem, you've been dealing with it your whole life, chime in if you had an experience like that. Let me know, man, because I'd like to. She's still looking for something. I told her just wait before you call a doctor. If it persists, then go ahead and call. So Yeah, it was kind of. I was kind of scared for her a little bit.
Is she having any diabetic symptoms?
No. We
Are you
she
sure?
just went and had blood work done. You know, she ain't got none of that going on.
Mm,
We eat good over here, bro.
Because the sugar, does affect the vision.
well, it's not just the sugar. If it's one of the first indications of type 2, is that
Well,
your
that's the
vision will
sugar.
fair. I'm just saying it's that your vision will slightly degrade, just meaning your vision will get worse than what it was before. And if you're saying she had potentially bad eyesight before,
Hold on for a second, kids.
mm,
Crimson, I appreciate that. I did ask her. That's one of the first one or two things I asked her. I was like, "Do you have a headache?" And she's just like, not whatsoever. But yeah, let me see.
And now
That,
Smitty's
you
saying,
know,
does she have an acute astigmatism?
that was one of the things that came up, and I don't know enough about that. And it didn't. When I went into that research, it didn't sound. I don't think she had any of those symptoms. When I looked that up. But yeah, that was part of when I AI'd that thing. That did come up, Smitty. So good point.
All right, now another one of our No Maniac chat room docs, Lord Crimson. Was the visual distortion similar to what happens when you press on your eyeballs? And then,
That's a good question. I wish she was here to
and
answer.
like, I guess you see like those white lights and stars and stuff.
No, I think it was just focus. It was focus and being late to focus. That was
Well,
the
but what I think us sighted people have to remember is, how frustrating it is when the font's too small and you can't read the shit. It's like there are letters there, you can make out some of them, but when the font is this big and you still can't see it because everything's out of focus, and it's like I just want to read the word, but I can't focus it. And if that's your vision, and that's not normal your vision, yeah, that's gonna get your pressure up.
Hmm.
yep.
I'm writing that down, Crimson. I was just writing that in the chat.
Yeah, you say optical migraines often don't come with an actual headache.
I'm gonna research that later on.
Come on, Smitty.
Okay.
Hey, Smitty want to know, Nomad, do you have night terrors?
Bruh, most of the time we don't even sleep in the same room, man. I'll be falling asleep out here in the man cave.
Oh, I was like, we
Every
don't
now
need to know about all that there. Like,
I'm just being honest. I mean, we don't be in there just like once you've been with somebody long enough, man, all that on TV, we supposed to sleep in the same bed type. That should go out the window, man. You sleep when you want to sleep together. When you feel like doing some shit, you lay there. She snore bad, I snore bad. So you need your own fucking space, and I need mine too.
Y'all need some
and
CPAPs,
neither one of you got a CPAP?
right?
Nah, neither one of us.
So they're gonna be stubborn until they gray, and then it's like, get you a
Wow.
CPAP.
She'll get a CPAP. He won't.
Nah, hell no.
And then
See?
she'd be sleep, wake up all refreshed and shit, not
All I
snoring.
gotta do is roll over on my side, and I'm good.
Okay.
Most people. It depends on that's a good question. Like, how do you sleep, bro? Do you sleep on your back? Do you sleep on your stomach? Do you sleep on your side?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I might fall asleep on my back, but like rarely. Once in a while, I'll wake up with a bad dry mouth, and I know I've been snoring. That's when I know I need to go get some water and get on my side. That kind of shit. Yeah, but that's a rare occurrence for me. But
See, I'm a left side sleeper and back, either or. And then, but when I'm on my left side, you have a pillow behind you, propped up under your back. And you have a pillow like in front of you there. So you got a little cocoon. And then you cover up, under the blanket so you're nice and warm. And then if you're on your back, then you got a pillow on both sides, holding your arms up. You know what I'm saying? And then they got the what do you call it? A back pillow, like you sit up and read with the little arms on it. But I got one of those at the foot of the bed, where your feet go. And sometimes I like put my feet up on it, so they're elevated. Then other times I slide it up under my knees. And then other times I put my feet under it. So it's just There's no just lay down and sleep and then wake up. It's just different. Your moods, how you feel, how you stretch.
You know what, Dan? That's the other thing too. That prevents two people from being incompatible in the bed. Other than the snoring part is all that moving around. I do a whole bunch of
Tossing and
flopping
turning.
around myself. Like she gets into a spot and she just stays there, and she's just like dead to the world and to the morning. Like I'll flop around all just like you, bro. So that just me being polite. She gets on me all the time. You can come in the bed. I'm like, I'll go in there. Fuck it. You know what I mean? But I don't like it. I don't like sleeping. I think that's some bullshit. Anybody that said that you got to sleep with your loved one, that's some dumb shit. That's really dumb.
Well, a lot of people, they got to, be all up under each other all the goddamn time.
Not me, man. It's moments where you enjoy that, like watching a movie and a movie turn into funny business, and you enjoy that shit. Especially in a little area like I got. But in the bedroom when you're supposed to sleep, man, ain't all that bullshit. Man, get on.
Well, yeah, and like Dan was just saying that, he's on a BiPAP, where I'm on a CPAP. And I was like, what's the difference? And I was like, oh, okay. Small differences, but they both will, help with the snoring.
It's gross.
Let's see. I got a California king size bed, and my wife always sleeping sideways, which leaves me with half a twin size. Hella annoying.
If you ain't never been in a California king, you don't even know how much space she's taking up. Hell yeah, that's what pissed me off, man.
Because I got a regular size king, and I can stretch out nicely.
Man.
Yeah, but if somebody's like laying diagonal or halfway, it's kind of like, damn it, what you doing?
She trying to tell you something, Scrolls. Get your ass on somewhere. Go get on the couch. Get something.
See, that's why wasn't it Lucy and Ricky? That's why they had separate beds.
Lucy.
You got some splaining to do.
You got some snoring going on.
That's why you gonna sleep in your own bed over there, and I'm gonna sleep over here.
My girlfriend is worse than me, bro. And she used to swear up and down I was worse until I recorded us.
Oh, you an asshole.
Oh, she kept talking shit. I was like, all right. I said, you sound like a goddamn. I told you sound like a goddamn lawnmower. She was mad at me. And you fucking lie. You worse than me. All right. And she didn't even know it. I stuck that motherfucker in there. We went to sleep. Boy. It wasn't even no comparison. And that's when she stopped arguing and fussing with me.
All right, but now you would have to ask her unless you've witnessed it, but have you, Nomad, been sleeping and then woken up and like you couldn't breathe?
Never.
No?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
That's mostly that happens with people
now,
that probably move too much.
Rephrase the question. Is it the gasps that you're talking about, Trip?
Neither.
After that you wake up, you can't breathe.
When you wake, your fight or flight kicks in, and you're waking up, gasping for air.
I guarantee that's happened. Like if you're snoring,
never.
Really?
I snore like when I snore, it's like a gentle through the nose, but sometimes it sounds a little aggressive. And if I had something too much to drink, my mouth might come open. But it ain't no. My brother had that going on. He had a CPAP. Exactly what Trips is describing. That is exactly what he used to go through. And I've been around while that's happening. I hit him in his goddamn ribs one time to get his ass up. It's just hard to wake somebody up when they that deep into it. And when he did get up, that's exactly what he did.
So like Dan Brown is saying what I'm trying to say, really. And he's saying you stopped breathing. You just didn't realize you stopped.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I'm and like the reason I'm telling you this is because I swore up and down I didn't stop breathing either, bro. Until I went and had my test, and they're like, brother, you stopped breathing so many times.
About 30, 40, 50 times in the
you,
last
you
hour.
stopped breathing so many times. Like it's wild that that you're getting any level of rest. And the fact is, I wasn't. I was basically working on like minimum sleep for decades, right? And all I can tell you, man, CPAP's a motherfucker. It is.
It takes
Get
some
it.
getting used to.
That's what I'm talking about. It takes like when I got mine, I got it and refused to use it for I don't know, like 9 months, and then I went to check out my uncle. And what's funny is like my whole family, my, my uncle, all three of his kids, everybody in that house except for his wife, all have apnea machines. Like they all do. And these people, like my uncle's he was overweight. My youngest cousin, he's overweight. But the two other cousins in the middle are slim. And they got CPAP too. They're snoring like you wouldn't believe. And I just went over. He's like, so you using your machine? I was like, nah, I can't really get used to this whole Darth Vader thing that's going on at nighttime. Like I can't. Luke, I'm your father. I can't do it. And he was like, no, just get one of these. And he showed me his mask, and it actually wound up working for me. I got the same mask as him after. Everything is straight. I use it, and let me tell you, man, 3 weeks to the day after using it, I woke up. I felt like $1 million, bro. I felt so good, like I'd never slept before. And that's all I gotta say, man. Like it's worth getting a study. If it ain't kicking your ass, it ain't kicking your ass. If it isn't kicking her ass, it isn't kicking her ass. If it is, I guarantee you will feel great 3 weeks later.
Hey, Crimson said, no man probably BS. He'd probably be rattling the windows at 3 a.m. If I had too much of that act right juice, you're right. Shit.
Oh man.
Hey, you fuck around and you have that going on, and then you have a little relations going on afterwards, and you just crash the fuck out. Oh yeah, I probably, and usually that's gonna be you're gonna fall flat on your back, both of y'all, and just pass out. Yeah, I probably do be rattling the windows then.
But you must understand, when you sleep, you must rest.
Goddamn dark trips.
Wow.
Tripping.
I am not going to do that.
Because you must.
Just say it.
Because you got to find the right mask. Because some masks
mask.
makes you feel like real claustrophobic, or me at least. And then others are like the full face joints. It's kind of like sticking your head out the window on the highway and trying to get used to that. But like this joint here is like 30 seconds in, it's like it kind of adjusts to your breathing. You know, every now and then it will seem like it pushes in and it wakes me up. But yeah, you know, start sleeping, wake up in the morning.
Paul Rodriguez found your new Sports Chicago style persona.
Mm-hmm. The Bane character. Only comes out at night.
Oh snap!
Man. Yeah, I'm a crusade one of these days on relationships, man, and sleeping together. Man, I think that's some total bullshit. I think you should choose when you and her choose that shit together, and don't feel obligated just because that's your lady and y'all married or whatever y'all are, that you have to do that. That's not like, nah, that's not. Me and my girl are way happier since we decided, all right, we'll choose when we get in the bed together.
So she booted you out of the bedroom, is what you're saying?
No, she was embarrassed about when she heard that tick.
Oh,
she was embarrassed because sometimes I get up, we be in there sleep together, and then she just too much, and I just get up and she'll find me in another room somewhere on the couch in here. You know, she'd be like, "What you doing?" And I'm like, "Man, look, man, that shit is aggressive. Shit, I can't deal with that shit all night. Goddamn it, I live with it for a little bit, and I get up." And until she hurt herself, she used to fuss at me all the time about that. But then she hurt herself and she understands. She understands completely now.
I'm laughing to myself because I have my own chronicles in similar arenas, but I'll leave it alone.
Just think. And now she's now because I'm gonna get a little she'll hit me in my shit about this, but all that farting and shit go on, and I don't like that shit, man. I don't do it around her. I don't want her doing it around me.
You don't like farts.
Yeah, all that shit is free game. Now you in there when you ready to not be farting and stinking, you let me know.
But when you sleep, you can't control that.
Yeah, you can.
She swear up and down you don't fart in your sleep.
Who said that?
That's her crazy ass, man. I got what's wrong with you? You swear, I mean, to this day, she don't think she fart in her sleep. I was like,
you recorded that.
You about fucking murdered me one night. I was just like, that can't be my woman, man.
Had my face all down.
I catch the Canuck on YouTube.
I pray to God she don't. I pray to God she ain't watching this show and she don't watch this on the replay. God, Lee, I'm gonna get it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Chamber of Death. Oh yeah, she.
No more queso for dinner, baby.
She straight crop dusted me, Paul, because I sleep with the cover over my head too.
Oh no, that was mistake number one.
That's a Dutch oven.
I mean, she got me so good. I mean, that's just the way I sleep. I sleep with the blanket over my head, and you'll come in my room and you'll see my nose and mouth hanging out.
Both me and Trip are like, no.
You know he had his mouth open.
Man. Hey, man.
And not only did he smell it, he tasted it.
It was so bad. I got up out that bed. I woke her up. I was mad as fuck. And I was just like, what the fuck did you eat? She's like, I don't know.
Whatever that was, no more.
How'd you wake her ass up in the middle?
That shit was, I smell like a fucking haunted house in there. It smelled like a goddamn. Hey kid, that shit smell like a fucking haunted house, man. I was like, what the fuck died in this bitch?
Oh no, that's too funny.
It was.
Hey, isn't that in the vows or something?
Dog, I don't even. I don't
crop dusting. Do we part?
Oh my! I don't even live like that. I'd have to go eat some. I'd have to eat some berry or something to get foul like that. I don't know what that woman ate, man, but it forever marred my vision of her. Ain't been the same since.
Can't even look at her the same way.
And never, ever.
I used to love you at 9, but now I'm at like 6.5.
You know, guys, man, we think some wild shit sometimes when we look at our beautiful ladies, man, but that'll help you stop that shit.
Yo, Squirrel's real with it though, man, because he's saying his dog's farts are the real problem. And like,
you fuck around, change your dog's diet, and you understand what he's talking about in a real way. It's
also just certain types of dogs though. Like, if you have a lab, you're fucked. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Same food, whatever it is, Labrador, all bets are off. There will be paint peeling farts at some point in his existence. And so
and they'll do it and then turn over.
You know what it was with my dog?
Mine would actually fart and like catch a whiff of it and be like, and beeline to go outside. Like, I gotta get the fuck out of here because I just blew up the room.
My dog used to do that.
Watch this.
I tell you what it was with my dog. And it's like when you love your dog enough, you got to give him. He's smelling something. You got to let him have some of what he's smelling. Anytime I'm brown and ground beef, right? Give him a little bit of that.
The Bears Indiana Stadium smell.
Oh, dog. Brown and ground beef. Give him some of that beef and gravy. I mean, some of that beef and a little oil on there in the wintertime where he can get a little fat on him. And bacon grease. He had to have both of those. He would just, and man, that shit made him so rank.
You get lucky if the fart smell like bacon, but no such
Oh
luck.
no, it just fucked him over. It just fucked him over, and I'm like, it's real bad. And then when he got to go, you might have to get your ass up at 3 o'clock in the morning. You might have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and let him clear that out.
Well, yeah, because I mean, other than that, you're gonna be smelling till like 6, 7, 8, 9, and then if he have a little accident, you're gonna be smelling till you clean it, and then like about a month after that,
He ain't gonna do that. He gonna tap dance at that door on that hardwood floor. Back and forth. But yeah,
that's a good dog right there. That's good.
He ready, but he enjoyed it, but he don't enjoy it. That's like me eating anything dairy, man. It tastes good going down, but later on, that tab coming through, bro.
Oh yeah.
Just fuck around if you want to.
Well, just a little 2 cents. It's sort of like, I don't know. It's sort of like a woman's way around farts, man. They hold farts all day long.
I know.
Like, I'm just saying, like, I was
they poots.
You know, I was like a late. I was probably in my 20s before I ever heard a woman fart, and could identify it and be like, "Yo, you farted." You know what I'm saying?
Wait, no, she broke wind.
Hey, yeah. I'd never experienced this before. It was like a thing, but now it's a regular occurrence. And when I say regular, it happens between the hours of 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. And then they pretend like they're sleeping.
Pretend.
You know what the problem is, kids? If you have a very, all right, depending on how your relationship is, depending on what you and her chemistry is like together. Like ours, we started off, it was very, very, it's still like this to this day, but we just learned, how to, we let's just say we proportion our shit the right way so that we ain't overbearing. Like if we was the way we were when we first got together, neither one of us would work. We'd be sitting around trying to take care of 18, 20 goddamn kids because it was that kind of animal attraction to each other. What happens is you got to give each other some space, number one. And you got to understand like the ground rules of a relationship is, look, man, she respects the fact that I don't want her when she's in that mode. She had a little something she ain't, don't agree with her too much. She stay the fuck away from me.
So you have like a sign somewhere that says no farting?
No, she just knows. She just knows that.
It's an unwritten rule.
Yeah,
yeah, you don't gotta. Once you make it,
don't need to be written down.
It's just I'm gonna respect you to the utmost, and I want you to respect me to the utmost. Here's my rules, and this is what I would prefer. That's it.
That's where things go sideways for me. I give 2 shits. I will fart whenever the fuck I want, and that's that.
See, that you just foul, man.
Hey, man, I'm in my house. It's my house. God damn it.
It's hers too. You stink.
But it's also science.
Where can I fart though?
Get your ass up and go some fucking where.
What?
Like I do.
Where somebody would I go other than to my house?
Take your ass down the hallway. Take your ass down a couple of steps like I do. Get your ass up, you stinking bastard.
No, not in my house. If I'm in like your house,
it's her house too, but you stink.
Look, but it's my house. God damn it,
man! What's wrong?
He should have the freedom. Up if he want to. He paid a mortgage up in this thing.
I literally every day
bills and the rent.
Every day.
Fart where I want to fart, man. No.
If I eat anything potato-ish,
are we not in a free society?
No, I don't want to fart around her. I set the tone. I set the tone. I don't call this is our house, man. This ain't my house. This is our house. And I don't want her farting around me, so I got to set the tone and make sure I get up and get away from her. That's what we do every day. Every single day. She'll come back here for a couple of minutes, and when she knows she ain't right, she gonna stay way, way away from me.
Yeah, I gotta hit the chat right now because there's some
But
great.
this,
Well, Crimson is dropping science.
This is great. The part of the fart that smells is about 1%. If you hold it in, your body will absorb some of the other 99%.
99.
So the longer you hold it, the more concentrated it becomes.
oh yeah, for sure,
Can't just be letting them brew.
That's your science.
for sure. If I
Oh,
eat some,
that's
if
some
I
real
eat some
science.
fried kids, like say for instance, she went to work at 2 something
Some
today.
brewing the IPA fart.
I'm gonna get gassy right around if I ate dinner at about 4 or 5 o'clock. I'm gonna get gassy right around the time she gets off work. And yeah, we be watching whatever. I got to get up every 10 minutes, go down the hallway because I'm just gassy, man. Yeah, but yeah, man, I'm farting in my house. I just get away from her, man. I want her to get away from me when she do it. So why don't I do it?
I mean, it
Because
can be understandable because I have offended myself with my own
Oh, I bet you have.
smell.
That shit, you sardine eating motherfucker.
It happens. But the worst is like eggs.
oh,
Sometimes it smells like boiled eggs
shit. Nah,
or
bro,
scrambled
you
eggs. But then when you get that rotten egg smell and it
make
just
your ass a
lingers and
flavor profile.
hangs, and it's like
Oh,
it
shit.
doesn't dissipate,
Hmm.
and it's like you try to walk away, but it's still on you. It is. I went out and bought a scented candle, so I'm putting in the bathroom.
They like the. I think Scrolls hit it like a. For some people, it don't do me like that, but I've known people that like you've been out drinking draft beer or something, whatever it was on the tap. They're giving you pictures of beer, man. Beer farts are the worst, bro. That shit smell like some spoiled something.
Now,
Wow.
now, Crimson. Now that's some real shit right there. I mean, literally and figuratively. But he said when he worked at Lowe's, he used to drink a fifth of Absolute and crop dust the cashiers for talking ish.
He's just a foul motherfucker, man.
But you know what though? You
Yeah.
gotta have a dream and shit. You know what I mean? You gotta think.
Schlitz beer, like,
Motherfuckers
that'll
need
make
goals. You know what I mean?
Give me a PBR, damn it! I'm about to blow this whole thing up.
Oh no.
He said, "No man cares." Trent's talking about breaking wind for 20 minutes. Tell me you ain't comfortable with each other without telling me you comfortable with each other. Real friends can't chat right here. You right,
Hey
man.
man, I'm just telling
That's
you.
real. That's real life, though, man. That's real life. Don't
The
nobody want to talk
funniest,
about that.
the funniest part I've ever experienced was we're me and my homeboys. And we had some broads with us too, man. We're going to my homeboy's house. We're on the bus. This was back in the day. A boy jumps off the bus first, knowing he's got to fart something evil. So he jumps off the bus and just leaves this fart here. He's off on his way. The problem is like everybody got to come off the bus through the door, and like he left it at the door. This fart, it was like a hot, humid day. The fart didn't move, bro. It like
Hanger.
it just stayed in this area for everybody to catch a whiff. And we oh Lord, like everybody hits this fart, and we come out and we're like, man, who was that? Oh, it was you. And like we immediately knew who it was. We blamed the homie. Shout out to my mender, man. You know the story I'm telling, man. But he left this fart for everybody to fucking taste, man. And it was the
Oh,
worst. It was
man,
the
why you have to say it
nastiest
like that?
because that's how it was.
You
And
know
it
what that
was
is?
like,
You know, a fart is actually dusted fecal matter in the air. So you ate shit.
man, that's like a part two to Crimson's 1% 99. But
It's
yeah,
it's
we may
dusted
have.
fecal matter, man.
We may. I didn't leave it there. I just happened to experience it. Unfortunately,
It wasn't
I
mine.
had no other exit on the bus that I could take. I had to take the
Well,
only exit on the
but
bus.
before we move on, real quick, speaking of the bus, I distinctly remember I was with my aunt. We would ride the 8 Halster bus to my cousin's, her daughter, north and south along that route. So one night we're coming home, going southbound, So the bus is relatively empty. We're sitting, near the front, and the heavy set bus driver at a red light, she kind of leans over the steering wheel. Looks like she sighed, and then leaned on back. And the light turned green, pulled off. About 2 seconds later, I got a whiff of this malodorous aroma. And I was like, oh, somebody done poopy their pants. And I looked around, wasn't nobody else on the bus but us and the driver. And I said, Auntie, I think she farted. And she was like, it happens. It
I've
happens.
been telling him this shit in his mouth for about 2 years. I'm sorry.
Your mouth right now.
Shut the fuck up.
Ah, snap. That was great. Jesus.
All right, I'm gonna have to say.
Well, you know who else who hates
Dan.
stinkiness? Ben Johnson. When you
I
bring
don't
up
think Dan. I don't
California,
think Jesus is on our side no more. It's gonna have to be me to save us.
We may have gone.
Oh, man. Because I can tell y'all some stories, bro. I know they got these fat burgers at Jackson State, bro. You go on that campus, man. You'll be if you there for any extended period of time. These ladies in the Jackson State Student Union, the ladies that make them burgers. I mean, when I tell you, you getting your money's worth for a burger and only costs you like $3 or $4. I mean, huge burger. You're gonna want to go get one every fucking day that you there. And my boy Monte did that. We went down there for a visit, hanging out. And on the way back home, I was like, Monte, man, you might have to stop and catch a flight, man. For real, man. It was so bad, bro. It was so bad. He's just like, no, I can't help it. I know you can't help it. What do you eat that shit for every fucking day? We was there 4 days. You ate it every day. And that shit came back to Giddy. But I'm telling you, you ever end up on anyway, I met what's his name? Walter Payton's brother down there. He don't even remember that, but yeah, man, it's Jackson State's a cool ass campus, man. But those fat burgers is famous down there. You ever end up anywhere in that vicinity, go to Jackson State campus and get you a fat burger from the student union. Crazy good.
Okay.
All right, man. Y'all ready to get on? We've been an hour, probably about half of it talking about farts and goddamn gas and shit.
Yeah, solid hour. But that's I think it was I think that was good. It was a good hour. I enjoyed
the bouquet of it all.
All right, so we got this. Let's just talk in generalities right now before I pull up any information on any of these players. So we got they about to do this joint practice. Let's just talk about that. And word around the league, it's man, this ain't the first time. This ain't the second time. I've been hearing it in every joint practice, man.
I'll be right back. I got a fart.
This motherfucker, man. But anyway, so it's been going up in joint practices, and that's a normal thing. You know, you've been whooping on each other, Trip. You've been whooping on each other in your own practices. Now you're starting to get a little testy with each other. And now you can finally kind of cut it loose because it ain't your teammates, and you can kind of get off on him and shit, that kind of stuff. People talking a little shit. However, I don't like that because it's counterproductive in the big scheme of things. Those guys need some work. If there's too many melees and shit start going up, they're gonna have to pull the plug on the entire campus, and that defeats the purpose. I know everybody likes to hear the stories about, oh, somebody got their helmet snatched off and somebody hit him and somebody slammed this dude. All that shit's all cool for a second, but look at how much work they losing. We need that work. And so I'm as concerned as anybody could be about a joint practice after you've been beating up on each other for 2 or 3 weeks. I just want to see them get a complete day's work out of this. That's all I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I could see that, but I did see that thus far in camp, I believe it was the rookies of Jaden Loving and I think Logan Jones in 101s. They were kind of getting after it. And, but it was all love afterwards. But then also I heard that veteran Cole Kmet was getting into it with somebody on defense. I just don't remember offhand who the defensive player is. If anybody knows, throw it in there in the chat.
Jaden Loving?
No, it was it may have been. But
so
if so, that was 2 times with Jaden Loving with 2 different offensive players.
Wait a minute, we talking about the center. Who you talking about?
It was Jaden Loving and Logan Jones.
Yeah.
And then there was another dust up with Cole Kmet and somebody else. Okay, Austin Booker. There you go. But in that one, it seems as though that Ben Johnson was not only aware of it, but was kind of egging it on or encouraging it, realizing it wasn't getting out of hand, but he wasn't, like, stop all that now. And the toughness attitude has to be ingrained some kind of way without too much beating up on, fellow teammates. But I would expect the practices with the Bengals to be much like the practices with the Dolphins of last season, where they're going to be physical. Now, how the Bengals deal with that physicality is still, remains to be seen. But I expect nonetheless from a Ben Johnson coached team, to, bring it.
The thing is, he's friends with the coach. Him and his friend are good. Him and the coach are good friends, and our offensive coordinator is brothers to that guy. So they've been in communication. They talk and game this whole thing out. It's not like, all right, we're gonna have a joint practice August such and such and such. Be ready. We're gonna be ready. No, they actually map the shit out. What they want to get out of the practices, what drills they want to see. How much time we're gonna spend 7 on 7, 11 on 11. All this stuff is diagrammed out. So it's like they spend all this time putting it together, emailing each other back and forth to make sure you agree with this. What do you want out of that? All this just to have somebody go in there and start fighting and create a melee. No, they don't want that. But we ain't gonna run from it either, is the attitude. You know what I mean? So if you want your team to have an edge, you got to let some of that out. But it's got to be at a minimum. You know what I mean? You can't go spilling over the rim. You know what I mean? So I just want them to get work out of this that they can use.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Yeah, but part of that is the physicality, the toughness, the chippiness. You want to see that. As a head coach, it's like you got a kennel full of dogs, and they've been nipping at each other. The whole camp. Now you want them get them not bite, but nip at somebody else. And this is the Bengals are somebody else.
This is why you do the joint.
And no injuries at this point. You're right, Dan. But go ahead, kids. My fault.
No, I'm just saying that's why you do the joint thing, and then it's a mixed bag across the league. Some folks, some teams are all signed up for mixed practices. Some are completely opposed. Like Dan Campbell just came out the other day, and he was like, "Yeah, we ain't doing that shit. We're not." In our opinion, I think
it can be counterproductive now.
For sure,
it can get out of hand.
It can be counterproductive. It can get out of hand. It can also be extremely productive. And when I say extremely productive, it had been a couple of years since we heard, I never heard shit with respect to a Bears practice like I heard last year against Miami. Like Miami came through and they're like, "Oh, hey, be cool, man. Take it easy. y'all doing way too much out here. We're just fucking around." And that's kind of how the whole season went. It was like, yo, they're trying to get after it, and that's really what this is going to amount to for this particular team. They're going to go after. They're trying to get after it, and you don't want them getting after each other. So you know what happens, kids. You point that weapon elsewhere and see what happens.
You know what happens, kids? If somebody in the fray start feeling like somebody's doing too much, number one. Number two, if somebody taking a cheap shot, like if you start going after a leg or something like that, somebody starts feeling like, oh, you did that on purpose. That's where it goes up. That right there.
That's been known to happen too. I'm trying to remember. It's happened a couple of times over the years, to be honest with you. Shad's little point about Tressman, yeah, but that was more with respect to. So, and I'll read it. He's saying Keds and Tressman allow a bunch of fighting before the camp. Sorry, the camp before the fall off. Fuller versus Bennett, etc. And he's bang on. But I think that had so much more to do with just Tressman sort of losing the locker room and not being able to control that. You know what I mean? Just can't. He couldn't control it, and his guys are fighting each other, not other teams. You at some point you need to point the animals. You know what I mean? You put them at somebody else.
You know what, man? Just to tell you, like people, I had this question. You know, a couple of relatives have asked me this. You know, do we get in fights when I was in college and shit? Yeah, we get into fights, man. And you know what? Most of the time is exactly when we've been around each other a little too much, banging on each other a little too much, and usually 9 times out of 10, it's nothing. You know what I mean? It's you don't have time like in practice to be having attitude or be carrying feelings because you get into a fight with somebody 2 minutes later, you're in the next setup. You know what I mean? Now you got to concentrate on whatever the hell they got you set up in so you don't mess up. So you don't have time for that shit to carry over. Every once in a while, depending on how bad it got, the shit might spill into the locker room. You know what I mean? And then you got to nip that shit in the bud too, because you don't want that shit carrying on no further. But when you got motherfuckers that ain't gonna see each other no more after this joint practice, they're going all out if somebody feel wrong. They don't got to do
have a game Saturday preseason.
Yeah, it can get ugly now. I mean, I just hope it don't.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things where you gotta play some football, and if that mentality that Ben Johnson wants to instill in these players, the veterans are aware of it now, being that they've been with him for a year. But these rookies and new free agents that are coming in, getting a taste of, and they got to, raise their game. They got to amp up that mentality, that dog in them, if they want to compete for, this team. But we have seen that no matter how much Ben Johnson wants to score points and have a tough team, he's never, broken a rule or forced somebody to do something over the top physical. He doesn't run them into the ground. He knows when to back off, push, pull. So he's aware of the physicality, but he's also aware that it's a physical game. And all around the league, players are going down with season-ending injuries, and they're not even having tough practices. Some of them just non-contact going down, and it's like, oh, ACL. It's just part of football. Just gotta hope that we make it through, and that these calluses that are being built up now will pay off during the season.
That's the thing, Trip. And it is a fine line to get your team ready for a football season. It's a fine line, and you gotta have some physicality through it all, and you can't really skimp on that if you want to get them physically ready for a football season. You really can't. But you got to be the right kind of coach with the right kind of you just got to know what it's like for the players and know when too much is too much. And so it's just a hard. I hate to be a coach watching all this stuff play out and trying to keep us with the right balance of physicality and some nastiness and some tenacity through everything, and having us play fast because that's what we want, to knowing when to dial it back and like, hey man, take it easy today, man. We ain't trying to do all that today. I like to think that if I was coaching, I do have the right temperament and mind to know that, I know when too much is too much. I got a feeling, I think we have the kind of coach that knows that. All the stuff that's going on in camp right now, most of it don't have nothing to do with the physicality of practices so far. It's just stuff that happened in football. You know what I mean? So, you just gotta know when to have things simmer down. Now, we do got a couple of guys on the team quietly I'm gonna ask you guys a question, man. I'm gonna see what you guys think. Okay, I'm gonna start with you. Who do you think is the physically nastiest football player? Who do you think is the nastiest guy on the team? You muted, bro.
On the Chicago Bears right now?
You got one guy. Don't be giving me no fucking plethora of guys. Give me one guy. Pick one. I'll start if you want me to. Just set the tone.
Physically nastiest.
I'm gonna start.
Probably Jonah Jackson on the
that's a
offensive
good call.
line. I'm gonna give you 2. And defense,
I just told you, don't do
I
that.
say
man.
Tariq. I'm giving you 2. I'm giving you 2.
What you think, Trip?
You go ahead. Go ahead.
This guy right here. Wait a minute. Why is he not coming up? I think Booker's the meanest guy on the team.
You might be right.
I'm gonna tell you why. Even though I've never met Austin Booker, I know Austin Booker. That light skinned guy that's black, that's tired of being pointed out because he's light skinned. You know, if you be around the black people, especially in the United States, they let your ass know light skinned motherfucker, all that old kind of stuff. He's got an attitude about that. I could tell when that cat gets red, when he's charged up, I think Austin Booker is the meanest dude on this team quietly. He's quiet. He don't say nothing. He gets to the podium. You think he's just a cool, quiet guy? No. Booker's mean as shit, man. I'm telling you right now, that motherfucker is mean.
Well, I'm sure Jordan Love will agree with you.
Oh, yeah.
Paul Rodriguez votes Luther.
Yeah, he's going Darth Burton. You know, I was thinking about it, and it's like just mean. You know, I want to, we got a team full of nice guys, very personable. But as far as getting after it on the field, Jonah Jackson was a good one offensive line because he does like to put them in the dirt. Mm-hmm. I'm going to go with our newly extended right tackle, Darnell.
Okay.
He's mean
right
too.
Next door.
He got that light skin shit going on too.
Yeah, you know that
so
high
did Jonah
yellow,
Jackson.
Those red bones.
That's good. That's good observation. All 3 of them guys.
Hey, dude, dark skin and as mean as all hell.
I'm telling you, Book is mean, bro.
Dark skin mean as all hell.
Because when you're mulatto, you catch it from both sides.
Yeah, all that shit plays. That plays right into what I'm trying to say here. I've never met Austin Booker, but I know Austin Booker. That attitude, how it builds up over the years, like you think the shit's sweet, huh? All right. Him and Cole Kmet, people was like, how you getting in a fight with Cole Kmet? Get tired of Cole Kmet got tired of Book trying to tear his ass off. Book ain't playing, man. I'm telling y'all right now, this cat is not playing games. Austin Booker is not playing.
Is that who was fighting? Book and Cole Kmet?
Reek is physical like that too. That'd be probably
that's what I was saying. Tariq, man. Tariq's your dark skin.
Reek probably be my number 2.
I'll be real about this. Reek might be my number 1. He might be. I think he's one of the most physical MFs on the team. Again, with the slight distinction of Jonah, like watching Jonah Jackson's tape last year. He's a bad boy, man, and he gets a little bit overshadowed. He's gonna have a great year in Chicago. I'm fully bought into that, but I also feel Tariq will too, and I'm just glad he's for the most part guarding other players on other teams as opposed to our own, because people tend to go down.
You know who else I think is nasty, but he ain't mean? Is Jack Sanborn. He ain't mean at all. Not mean whatsoever. But
no, I wouldn't say he's mean at all.
He plays just a physical brand of football.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
But he's a football player. Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Jackhammer.
I think this cat. I think we pretty much put it all in one bucket. I don't know if we have enough mean dudes. We said Austin, Book is mean. To me, the meanest. We got Reek, we got Jonah Jackson, and then we got Darnell Wright. I think that kind of sums it up.
I think there might be another mean cat on the team, but this one is
A new cat. We're talking about the gorilla. He's kind of mean.
Oh, that's not who I was talking about, but
About
maybe.
JVDB.
And he might be as well. But I'm thinking Devin Bush. I need to see it on the field.
No,
I need to see it. He's having a good camp, man. People are talking like he's stepping up.
he's playing some football. He's tired of people doubting him. I think that's more of the situation with him than him being mean. Like stuff that I see Austin Booker do. I mean, he's got a snotty attitude, bro, and I love it.
Me too.
I absolutely love it.
Go get him, man. Like first time he was on in an interview of any kind. Fuck Green Bay. Okay. He's bought right in. We don't have to sell him on this shit. You just build that up, and next thing you know, ouchie.
We have a large invisible elephant in the room that I've been trying to avoid and trying to keep people away from because I just want this shit to be okay. But it is clear to me now that there is some animosity and between Kyler and let's just say at the very minimum, the head coach. Now
and general manager.
Now let me say, I don't know about the general manager. We just
and defensive coordinator.
Well, I'm gonna speak on what I can tell you. Now, I know there is because I noticed Kyler's demeanor in the preseason game. The camera got on him a couple, 2-3 times, and I could tell he was tight. And that look he had on his face, and the look that Ben Johnson had more recently, like either today or yesterday, whichever day I saw his presser, when asked about Kyler, said to me, "Oh, these MFers done had some words."
Ask me about Kyler, man.
Well, let me finish telling you some stuff. I know this, and I'm gonna tell you something, guys. I don't want people that's jumping the gun talking about we need to trade Kyler, all that kind of stuff. Sometimes, y'all, this would be a good thing. This would be a real good thing for the player and the coach. Because if the coach is barking out, what he's saying to Kyler, and Kyler's feeling like, okay, man, you know what, man, I don't like how you talking to me. And I'm gonna say what I want to say back to you. There could have been a clash, man. And we don't know about it. Some words could have got exchanged. That's the sense I get from this. Ben Johnson, hold on, okay, I'm gonna give it right to you. Ben Johnson has told Kyler exactly how he feels about his availability. Kyler has let him know how he feels about you getting on me about that. And everybody's at the point now because Kyler hasn't been available, like, oh, we need to trade him because Ben don't like it. Nah, man, calm down on that. If it gets to the point where it escalates to throughout the season, then we got off season to do that. Right now, we need Kyler Gordon in the building. So that's a fool's thought to think that, okay, we need to. No, we don't. Let them have their shit between each other. They can rub these kinks out. They'll be all right. That's a good thing if they got to that point in their relationship where they had to talk to each other the way they talked to them. But I'm guaranteeing you there was words exchanged between these two, for sure.
Look, that's not good. If you're like, I didn't know we were going down this road, but if that's the road we're on, I don't think that's good at all. Like, first reason being, Ben's the head coach. It's not the defensive coach. If he's having words with Kyler Gordon straight up and down, Kyler Gordon needs to shut the fuck up. I don't give a
It don't work like that, kid.
I guess hey, man, people can.
It don't work like that. I dare you to go tell him. You go tell him to shut the fuck up.
I just did. I'm telling you why I'm saying that. Like, there's chain of command. We can be insubordinate if we wish to be, and generally, if you're insubordinate,
what does that have to do with insubordination? Because he spoke his mind back.
Because he hasn't, pun intended, he doesn't have a leg to stand on. Like,
Man.
pun intended. He has no leg to stand. He just needs to. Okay, coach. I'll be back. I'll be back when I'm good to go.
Yes, sir.
Okay, coach. That's all you can really do.
Sir, yes, sir.
Sir, yes, sir, sir.
I mean, because from Ben's head coach perspective, dude, you had 3 games last season that you played. You haven't been available during any of the camps in this offseason. You haven't been available for
Since he's been head
the
coach.
training camp. So what are we doing here, sir?
Guys,
and now we can see, and as Ryan Poles has said, as Dennis Allen has said, as Ben Johnson has said, he's in the facility, he's in the meetings, he's in the rehab room, but he's not on the field, which is where they need him to be. And yes, it's frustrating on his part. Yes, it's frustrating on everybody's part. And then the fans is like, well, cut him some break, he'll be back. And then it's like 1 year later, well, damn, how the hell did Ozzie get back before Kyler got back? And Ozzie had surgery and shit.
Ozzie, Deo, TJ, like these guys
had legit injuries and surgeries.
In-game blow out your knee situations, all surgery involved,
Achilles,
all back. And like what's funny to me is, I don't know if y'all saw the video that Kyler posted of him doing rehab. It was like 5 seconds of him moving his foot from like here to like here. That was the whole video. It was like, video done. That's Kyler Gordon working out in the facility. And like, I don't, if that's what they're walking around and seeing, brother, I don't care how pissed off you are about the words and the media and the coaches. You don't have a leg to stand. You just need to eat it, bro.
Let me part something on you guys, man. Let me tell you something. Now, I do believe in what Ben Johnson is doing. I do believe the tone he's setting is the right tone. I do believe the way he's going about this whole thing with the whole entire job that he has. I think from the outside, it looks totally the right way to go about it. Now, the inner workings of communication between you and your players, I'm talking about Ben Johnson and his players. I've said this 1,000 times, kids and trips. You know, it's one way that you talk to this guy. It's another way you talk. It's just like going down a hallway and you got all these different players in all these different rooms. You're going to go in this room like, hey, come on, TJ, come on. We got a good game tomorrow, man. I know you're going to be ready for it. Next room, you might have to be like, hey, man, get your shit right tonight. What I saw on the field today, that was some bullshit, man. You ain't practicing right. I'm scared to put you on the field. You have to go to each room, and that conversation is probably going to have to be different. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is sometimes, you know, communication gets crossed and words are exchanged. It's happened to me. It's happened to plenty of my teammates, and it's all been ironed out. We misunderstood each other. I thought you was coming off at me the wrong way. Okay, no, that's not the way I meant to come off at you, man. Okay, I'm good now. That's what I'm saying. I think we're at a point where that's where it is with these two. They haven't, you know, they could be straight now and we don't know about it. But clearly when I saw that presser, they are definitely not seeing eye to eye. And it's understandable. I've seen it. I understand it. I just want people to understand that, you know, it ain't just a one-way thing right now. You got to get shit right with your players. Maybe you said some shit to him the wrong way. I don't know. But he's tight about something. And that's not normal for Kyler. We know that. But Ben Johnson, you know, we'll see. Let the shit play out. I'm just not ready to, you know, roll this cat up under a bus because Ben Johnson has a problem with him right now.
So it's not so much that I want him under a bus, right? I love this player. I'll just say that out loud. I think he's a special player. He's a difference maker. And I've said that about 1 million times in previous conversation. But we're outside of that realm right now completely. And now it's a question as to
the question I want to ask you guys is are you guys one of those people that feels like, okay, if Ben ain't really with him, we should trade him? Or do we need Kyler played through this season, and if you still feel like that in the offseason, like I think, then start going down that avenue. But right now, I'm saying keep him in the bunker.
Well, before I say whether he should go, be traded, or stay, the question is, can you trust him? Will he be on the field?
That's the question. So what do you think they should do?
If he's not going to be on the field, what I think they should do is along the lines of what sort of DA was talking about. Like, DA said some stuff today without really saying stuff, and it's just that I just got to field a team and focus on the team that I can field. Right? Who's going to be on the field playing for me is where my focus has to be. I'm not paying attention to Kyler's foot and his rehab. That's somebody else. I need to deal with this and who's going to play nickel for the Chicago Bears, not who may potentially, possibly at some point decide to play
Because
for the Chicago Bears.
because we know so little, and everybody is ready to jump to such broad conclusions.
Dan Brown.
I'm speaking to this. We don't really know what the deal is. Oh, we just think, okay, he's having some kind of soft tissue injury. That's kind of what they put on the surface, but we don't know deep down. Maybe he's having a problem. I don't know.
Bro, he could be addicted to cocaine. Like, there's a flat out say
crazy
shit.
That, but I mean, it could be.
I'm just saying it could be anything.
That's the problem. It's been so long that the speculation now is running rampant through everyone's mind because we know how much of a valuable piece he is to this defense and how he is needed. And it's like, all right, well, sure, Malik Muhammad's going to get extra nickel reps, or Cam Lewis, or Beanie Bishop, or whoever, but that whoever is not Kyler Gordon. And it's been like, all right, it's to a point now. It's like, well, shit, what good are you? Because you didn't help, at all last year. When you did get on the field, we could see the difference that his presence made with everybody around him, Kwani B included. And somebody said in the chat, with Brisker gone, maybe Kyler's feeling lonely or something, because they came in together and his heart's not in it. I don't know, but that's the problem. We don't know. And all we know is that he can't play, or he won't play, or he's unavailable to play. And so it's like speculation abound.
That's the part where I jump in and I say it doesn't make me feel any kind of way, to be honest with you, because it's a football player, it's a football game, it's injuries all the time, and you just don't know what's going on behind the scenes. All we see is what we see. All we hear is what we hear. What they tell you is what they tell you. And so what's going on behind the scenes, why I don't overreact is because you just don't know.
And the question that you asked, would you trade him? Well, not now, because his value is, crap, as well as the cap implications that it would cause. And I think Red Baron said, he'll deal with the cap hit, just cut him. It's like, no, you can't do that business wise. You now, after next season, that's a different thing. His mentality, is he still a culture fit? If he's able to get back on the field, is he still a difference maker? Does he look invested? All of that goes into the decision-making process of, is he tradable next season or not? Right now it's just not financially and asset prudent.
I'm just curious, man, more than anything else. I'm not judging. I don't know. That's where my mind is and my feelings are about it. If I could know, I'd be like, hey man, what's going on for real? But I don't know, and I'm not gonna be one of these motherfuckers jumping out here. Oh, we need to do this, we need to do that because he ain't available, man. Please.
Well, there's nothing that
it's human life. There's a human.
Yeah, there's a lot of humans. There's really nothing we can do here. The word trade's come up a couple of times. I'm not sure who said it in the chat, but he's missed 14 games out of the previous year. Is likely to miss some games here now because, like, he's not on the field in any capacity. Who's trading for that? At one point, he was a top 4 nickel in the game, but that's was an entire season ago with a couple of games involved in the middle since he's been paid. You're going to take on a large contract for that trade and potentially give up draft capital to do so? Who's taking that on? I'm saying absolutely nobody. The only angle that you could play here is cut him, and or the angle that I would play is sit him.
That's
I would
stupid. Either
sit him.
one is stupid.
Well, you can't. If you cut him, you eat the money. It is stupid. Unfortunately, just as I said, what I would do, I'd sit him. If this is something outside of it actually being, and let me frame this correctly, straight up truly an injury case scenario, he does want to be on the field and a part of the team, and the media is blowing this out of proportion, which it could totally just be, then you shut your mouth, you deal with the media, you move forward, and you get the guy on the field. Hopefully that's how it's framed, and that's exactly what it is.
Okay, kid, let me ask you a question. Now, and I want you to think about this in the most simplistic way I ask you. Like, and this has happened also with me at school. There's now I don't know what the rules are in Hallis Hall, but on my campus when I was at school, a lot of female trainers, a lot of nice looking, ball girls, water girls, there's all kinds of people that come assist the team, and there are employees, right? And there's a conduct policy that comes with that. We in college, but it wasn't no conduct policy for us. It was just a flat out rule. You don't touch them, you don't talk to them. They doing the job, leave them the fuck alone. Don't let me catch you messing around with them. However, in the NFL, when you sign contracts, you have to put certain stuff on paper. And I'm just throwing some shit out here. Could be anything like that, anywhere around that realm could be going on, and we just don't know about it.
What's that got to do with him playing football?
That is a disciplinary thing. It's a disciplinary thing, and they will paint it, make it look like something else.
Well, that's
what happened.
We went way down speculation highway.
It is, but that's what happened. That literally happened twice in one season with us.
Well, but more realistically, if one of your teammates was in the same position that Kyler Gordon has been for the last 2 seasons and a half or however long, and you're a player and you're TJ Edwards or you're Deo and you're battling through, you've gone through these injuries, these surgeries, and you're back on the field, and this dude is still in the training room with a soft tissue injury. Aren't your teammates going to look at you with a certain kind of way eventually?
Nah, they know what's going on. We just don't. I know they know what's going on.
There's no way that Ozzie Trapillo just came back. It came off pup, went into the training room, and looked at this dude and watched him not practice while he went out there and practiced, and it was cool.
Kids.
Say what?
It's a locker room. They know what's going on.
Well, I mean, if it's on the face value of what it is, soft tissue injury that just won't heal, how long does the patience last with the teammates? It's like, oh yeah, we know he's working out. We know he's trying. Damn, this dude's still trying. Man, I done did like Ozzie, like kids that Ozzie been through this. TJ's back in the room. He's like, damn, Kyler still ain't going. And they still sitting in the room looking at him.
Y'all be surprised the shit that goes on that we don't know about.
Well, I mean, you got to feel a certain kind of way.
I don't.
Yeah, like I say, there's ways to look at this. It could be all, we've gone into some awesome speculation here, any of which could potentially be true, but there's so many easier ways to manage what you described, just to address it. You just suspend that player, suspend him, a couple of games off
without pay too.
What's that? Yeah, sure. If that's what you do, you just do it, and you come up to me. Why was it kind of? Oh, he was suspended. We don't bullshit on an extended multi-week imaginary injury from last year. And while we're watching the new guy, the actually injured guys return, right? Like it's kind of reckless. Dan's with me.
You know what, Dan? Hold on. Let me. Dan, I'm not trying to speculate. I'm just throwing out scenarios that I can relate to. That I'm not saying Kyler had anything to do with any of that shit, but I'm just saying stuff happens that we don't know about. I'm just using my experiences to try to get some kind of color to what we don't understand. I don't mean to put him in the middle of the shit. I'm just throwing stuff out there. But it's a reason why I don't feel the same way these two guys don't feel. The same way they feel. It's because I know shit goes on behind the scenes.
But
so
now,
what Nomad's really saying is that he happened to bang a ball girl.
Oh, I smoked a few of
trainer.
them. I smoked a few of them and just didn't get caught.
But eventually, even Ryan Poles is going to be like, look, man, I understand you're working. I understand injuries happen, but you're not able to, contribute to, the mentality of being great. You're not, what we want going forward, culture wise, and then I'm trading your ass. Now he ain't got to say all of that, maybe in the exit interview, but you can just tell the frustration that they understand he's a good player, and mentality, mind over soft tissue can only go so far. But damn,
yeah, it's crazy, Trip. Like just in the grand scope of this, including the previous 14 months, including missing training camp last year with a new head coach being in the building. And now here we are year 2 after the head coach finished the year specifically saying, I don't know the player. Love to know the player. Really need the player to be a part of this team this coming season. No sighting of the sign of the player being a part of any of this. It's very interesting. All this is post getting paid. Maybe it has something to do with Brisker leaving. I feel like even that's bullshit because again, 14 games last season is a long time for soft tissue. So it's an extreme amount of it's a long time.
It is what it is, man. I mean,
so basically everybody's questioning his heart.
I know, man.
That's where we're at, right?
It is really there's no way it's just been soft tissue. There's something else going on.
It's got to be something else going on. What that is, again, we can speculate all day long, but it's got to be something else. It's maybe I'm not even gonna.
I'm just glad you didn't press me on the rest of that story because.
See,
what
I
you
called
talking about Coach's wife. What?
I called.
You don't want to go there.
I called.
But yeah, it's something else going on, man. It's something else going on. But I'm trying to. There's a reason why I feel different about it than you two guys. You know what I mean? It's always more to it than what it seems like on the surface. There's always layers.
Well, but the thing is, if it was something that is understood, within Hallis Hall, I don't think the reaction from Ben Johnson, Dennis Allen, and Ryan Poles would be as frustration laced as it is. The look on their faces, the tone in their voices, the curtness of their responses is not one of understanding and compassion.
Yeah. He's in the building. He's rehabbing.
They're trying to pressure him.
Well,
and he don't like it. And he don't like it.
Of course they are. They definitely want to see him play. And this is why I feel a little bit of a way about this is because I really like this player. I can see how effective this player, like how much like how when I watched the Xavier Thomas film and I was like, oh snap, I can understand how Ben Johnson is going to utilize the skill set of this player. I see the same thing with Kyler, right?
Smitty Q said, "No, man.
Hey, that's mean.
Give me $20K to get started. I'll see you in 25 months."
That's mean as fuck, Smitty.
You went right at you with that one too. It's well played, Smitty.
What up, True Pilgrim? What up, AC?
Well played.
What up,
sir.
Leo?
Oh, wait a minute.
Appreciate that.
That must be news. Leo said.
No, that
Leo
was yesterday.
said,
No, yeah.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah,
That's unfortunate, but it looks like
yeah.
looks like Roshan might have a roster spot, man. But I guess
Really?
we'll get to
Is
that.
that? Are we still doing that?
It sounds like we might be doing. He's looking decent.
Uh,
People are like,
That shouldn't surprise
getting good
nobody. All he
reviews.
needed to do was beat the injury, bud.
well,
I mean, he was always a good player. Just been hurt, man. So fans be just going crazy because this guy ain't producing or that guy ain't producing. Don't even be knowing why.
well, I don't care.
I
It
know
doesn't matter.
that's what your problem is right there because you don't.
Yeah. Hey, produce or be gone.
I don't
That's how
see
you
it.
feel. Gimme. Not knowing.
What have you done for me lately? You're damn right.
That's just you, man, and that's why
No,
I'm
that's
here,
just me.
man. That's why I'm here.
What was the new package? Because now if we want to be able to see all the games, now we got to get Netflix. Then we got to get Paramount Plus.
Oh,
It's like if I'm getting all these apps, y'all gonna be on the field doing some shit.
Yeah.
somebody.
Unfortunately, that's gonna have to be me. I got to make sure I got all that shit going on. So make sure y'all keep the super chats and all that good stuff coming.
What have you done for me lately?
Some point during the year, I got to buy all them apps.
Damn.
So, yeah, man.
But it's we want him on the field, and it's just so long. The goodwill only goes so far.
And I think that's something. It's very important that Kyler Gordon understands that. Shout out to you, Kyler, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. I think you should understand that.
Hold on, kids. Smitty just showed us some love.
Smitty.
Right on, Smitty.
Showed us the love. We got. Smitty heard us, man. We're gonna have to buy apps and all that shit this year. So, Smitty, thank you, bro.
Blessed it up.
And a new roof.
Smitty, number one with a bullet right about now with it, man. He is bringing it, man. Man.
Like I say, I just want to say that Kyler needs to understand that this pressure that's being felt, from the top down, coaches, etc., as well as from the fan base, is because we all believe in him. We all think he's a difference maker, and God willing, you are, brother, when you're on the field. So whenever you can get back,
I got a question for you
too.
too. Yes or no? Kyler Gordon will play for the Bears this year and play well. I'm starting now. I'm gonna say yes.
We hope.
I can only answer this question with no.
Okay,
We'll
come back to you. What about you, Trip?
Well, we hope, but right now you got to say no because he's not on the field.
All right, hold on. Okay, kids, why?
For that reason, the same reason you just said, because I haven't seen him. There's because the word indefinitely was utilized to describe this injury. We've already gone 14 games, an off season, and here we are. It's still indefinite. So I gotta go with no, bro.
Even Mananga got a week to week, and he just got his knee hurt, this week.
I'm telling you, he's gonna play for the Bears this year, and he's gonna play his ass off.
Well, if he want to, he better. He need to if he want to stay, a resident in Illinois or Indiana or whatever the hell.
It doesn't matter to me. What happens after this year? I know right now, this year, I think the options are limited to replace him. That's not gonna financially strain us in order to go and get kind of cornerback that we need or slot corner the way we need. You gotta make sure you pay that guy, and we got that guy in the building now. Hold on, he's gonna play for us this year. It'd be to me, it's a foolish thing to do. It would be to just because you're upset with him right now for whatever reason, cut bait with him, and you're gonna handicap us, man. I love the rookie. He looked good. The more and more reps I watched, that Al Harris needs to. We're gonna get to him right after that, but you can't beat this experience.
Well, but would you? Nomad prefer the question of Kyler where he is now, or that one nickelback that's still a free agent that you're higher on, the veteran guy?
No, I'd take Kyler in all his questions because getting Kenny Moore up to speed this point in camp, I think that's an extra job that really we don't have time for. To be honest with you, you bet coaches. I know how coaches are thinking about it. They're thinking about the guys that they've been working with, that's been going through the stuff and understands the plays, understands the checks and calls.
Can only
And
coach who's
you
here.
bring a guy in at this point in camp, that means you just broke the break the alarm covering, man. You need there's an emergency here. You don't want to have to do that, but if you have to do that, you do it.
Well, the level of frustration that I'm seeing with these coaches in respect to this situation, you can't cut them. You likely can't trade them.
And you can't bench him either because you're paying him too much.
No, you can't. But that's
you
the
don't,
one thing
you can't. You don't have to worry about benching him because he can't play.
The one thing you can do is bench him. It's the only thing you can do.
Well, once he's healthy.
Once he's healthy, you can just not give him his job back. And the
Right.
real downside here, is that Kyler Gordon's career will take a serious dive. Because that's going to put him in a situation where now he's 14 games out, maybe another full season out. Now you missed 2 years of football. Nobody's going to be trying to pay you no $40 million contract. No, nobody. So you take your 40 mil, maybe you get cut somewhere towards the end of it and you lose the backloaded chunk. And that's the end of Kyler Gordon as a Chicago Bear. Like it's all bad news for Kyler Gordon unless he gets back on the field.
This thing will be all right, man. I think we are in camp. It's still August. People got to remember that we're still in camp. We ain't started even playing a game yet. We ain't even done with the preseason game, and we're already hyperbolic about this shit. Let them play this stuff out, work with this thing, figure it out, and whatever happens, happens. But my money is this thing will smooth over like, good teams, good players on teams that have problems with whatever, man. They rally together, man. They're going to get this shit smoothed out. Trust me. This thing going to be all right. But that's Kyler Gordon. But let me speak to another guy. I went back and I studied because I told you guys as I was watching this stuff, I was watching the trenches and I wasn't watching a whole lot of, some of the extra stuff that was going on around there. But I got to bring up the next guy who, I wouldn't say he was totally impressive, but it was better than I thought it was when I was looking at it on the surface. And that is Malik Muhammad. Now, I went back, was yesterday morning. I started looking at this stuff, watching his reps. And first of all, I got to give a huge shout out to Al Harris. I can tell Al Harris had him right where he needed him to be. It was obvious to me in his communication pre-snap, talking about Malik, his communication pre-snap, that Al Harris had him on his cues. What are his cues? Pre-snap reads, knowing what to do if you see a motion come your way. Are you in man? What to do when you're in man, when you have to motion with a receiver? Where your help at? All that kind of stuff that happens, you got to get that straight. All the stuff that's swimming around in his head, and Al Harris still had this guy playing fast. That's the one thing that stuck out to me, how fast he played with all of that going on in his head. Now, that being said, that's one exhibition of Malik Muhammad playing against whoever that was that Cleveland put out on the field. He's going to have to keep stacking those kinds of reps in case they need him. Now, just to be honest with you, Malik Muhammad really shouldn't be in this position. The reason he's in this position or he's taking all these reps at once is because two things. The safety got hurt, Kobe got hurt, and then what's his name got hurt right after that. So they had to thrust him into the job, and that's Cam Lewis. So they had to kind of shuffle the board a little bit. I'm sure they was going to get Malik Muhammad some reps at slot corner, but not too many. They were planning on having him challenge somebody at boundary corner. But because that happened, he got thrust into the situation. So you got to take your hat off for how quickly Al Harris, how quickly Dennis Allen got this guy ready for this game. they got him right. You know, I mean, it wasn't perfect, but it can get better and better and better. But I'm telling you, this guy he's got some stuff to him. That's not where I expected him to be, but because of the injuries, you got to see extended Malik Muhammad at slot corner. It was decent for a rookie.
It's what you want. It's what you need. You need to
Well,
have something like
yeah.
this pick up the mantle, right?
Mm. Well, I mean, and if you look at the attitude of Malik Muhammad, remember when he got drafted, he was kind of stoic, and people was like, "Well, why aren't you happy?" He was like, "Man, I should have been off the board, a minute ago, or a round ago, or 2 rounds ago, whatever." And so mentally, he had that chip on his shoulder because his confidence in his ability to play the game of football. And being that the opportunities have opened up because of injuries and he's gotten these extra reps, he's taken to the coaching, he's earning their trust mentally. On the field, physically, he's, doing okay. He's showing what his college tape showed. He'll come up and, make a tackle. He'll be sticky in coverage. Now he's still a rookie and he's still learning, but the early results are positive.
That's what you want. That's what I'm saying.
It's
You got to give these kids reps.
like I saw one play where basically it was a rub route where he was, let's just say you're looking at the defense, kids and trips. We're playing slot corner, and we're on the right side, and so his guy got in motion like in a jet sweep, so he had to travel with his guy. He got off the line of scrimmage and ran to the other side. So he's following the ball snaps, and next thing you know, there's a drag route coming right underneath him. So he had to swerve around that drag route to get back to his man. And how he did it was perfect for a rookie. You know what I mean? You got to it, you got past there, you didn't get tripped up, which was good. That's the main thing. You didn't get out of the play. But how he accelerated to the ball and closed that space is all athleticism, all Malik Muhammad, and got to that play. That kind of stuff like that. That was a test for the rookie. That might have looked like just a normal, regular schmegular play that the offense was calling. No, they was trying to test that rookie to see if he can keep up with that. If he didn't get lost in that traffic, you know what I mean? You might have had a guy dragging across the field, it's over with. But I kept seeing him going back to Al Harris, and Al Harris just kept on coaching him up throughout that whole process. And y'all just don't know how valuable somebody like Al Harris is in these moments. So he was a rookie, played the position in the NFL, knows what Malik is going through. So he's coaching him through it. So his learning curve can kind of shorten a little bit. So having Al Harris is like we got a gold mine sitting there on the sidelines with these young ass dudes back here that don't really know exactly what's in front of them. And he's coaching them through the whole thing. Like, don't worry about it, man. That's what they're gonna do to you. I can see Malik Muhammad having a shorter learning curve than even Kyler had if he had to go out there. But that still doesn't mean he ain't gonna get cooked the F up, because he will. If they have to start that guy week 1, he's gonna get cooked. And he's gonna he's gonna question himself. He will.
This doesn't look like they have much choice with unless Cam Lewis is back.
Well, the thing is, defensive backs, I'm sure, around the defensive back water cooler are aware of Al Harris's reputation. Al Harris, I saw something or article or interview today that, he wants to be a head coach. His history with the backs under his tutelage, are were good, at getting the ball, being in the right place, being mentally prepared for the game as well as physically. And like the expression goes, coaching matters. And having Al Harris to get a young Malik Muhammad and mold him, I'm pretty sure that Al Harris was, in the scouting meetings, when they were talking about Malik Muhammad. And, it's like, hey, can you think you can work with this kid? What traits do you like? And
Yeah,
he had
he's a
his input.
large reason why he's here.
Yeah. So if confidence can be lost by him getting burnt in the slot, I don't think that Malik Muhammad would be losing confidence. I could see him using that as motivation, as a challenge, while he will still get his outside cornerback reps. Remember that this defense and the way Dennis Allen aligns him, sometimes he's going to be outside, sometimes he's going to be inside. He's going to be on the left side, on the right side, because of the variations and the versatility that the players have to have. This isn't a strict defense to where it's like, all right, Malik Muhammad, you're the nickelback from now on, and that's the only thing you're going to play. And you're always going to play the slot receiver in these formations. It don't work like that. So having the versatility, having the wherewithal to work through the problems and a short memory, as they say, is beneficial, to the young rookie as long as he can handle it.
Here's where it gets dicey, Trip. Just remember this, guys. Every no maniac listening to me, this is just preseason and vanilla ass play calling. Very, very simplistic game plan. There's nothing extravagant going on out there whatsoever. When you start talking about a game plan for an NFL defense, knowing that we have a rookie out there and the offense can plan around what to do with that rookie. Now they start sicking receivers on you, tight ends on you. They got all kind of shit going on. They rubbing you, trying to get you out of the plan, trying to confuse you, trying to really discombobulate your mental. And that's where it ends up at the end of the day. Nobody's questioning Malik Muhammad's physicality and can he physically do the job? Yes, he can fucking do the job. He wouldn't be here and drafted where he was drafted if he couldn't. It's the processing and knowing how to avoid the bear traps that they're gonna have, pardon the pun, they're gonna have set up for a rookie slot corner. They will tear him apart. Just telling you. So that is just a knowledge thing, and once you prove yourself, and that takes time, some of that goes away. But they will send a couple of receivers just to pin you away from where you need to be, get in your space, and they know that's part of that's a. If I'm an offensive coordinator, I'm going straight after him. I'm going directly after. I'm just telling you something you don't want to hear, Bears fans. I'm going to target 24 because he hadn't seen any of this before. All he has is Al Harris telling him, hey, man, you're going to be all right. Just next time you see that setup, this is what to do to avoid that. But that's going to be after the fact. So just know the kind of peril you're in if Malik Muhammad is your starting slot corner. It ain't going to be easy. It's going to be some shit.
What other options do they have at slot corner?
We just went over that. I mean, you talking about other players other than Kyler?
No, well, I'm discounting Kyler. It's not. I'm week one, as it stands today. Cam Lewis is out. Kyler Gordon is out. It's Malik, man. It's gonna be Malik.
Malik, they're gonna put Malik in their stress testing. What up, Samuel?
Hey, Big Sam.
They're gonna put Malik in there, stress test the shit out of him, and see if he can handle it. If at all, I said about Kyler, and I'll say it again. If they end up starting Malik Muhammad at the slot, it'll be counterproductive to take him out at any point unless he's hurt. Because if you take him out, that's going to be like a dagger to the midsection. You gotta let him go through his shit.
And that's what I think is going to happen, man. I at the very least for the first few games, I think he's going to get his opportunity. Unfortunately, you probably nailed it here. He's going to get burned. Bears fans are going to be iffy, but that's how you learn.
You don't want him to have to do that. But if you're going to do that, hopefully they know enough about his mentality that it won't break him.
Well, the question that who is it? Crimson. Him and Red Baron are having a conversation about Kyler.
It's a good conversation.
And Kyler at Washington was primarily an outside corner.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Malik
the
Muhammad
transition's the
at
same.
Texas was primarily an outside corner.
The thing was, the difference between Kyler and Malik is we had to play Kyler because Kyler, we didn't have anybody else as talented as him. We got other guys. However, it's just, we in the situation that we're in, so he's taking the reps, right? You don't have to play Malik Muhammad. You don't have to do that to him yet. But if you had to do that to him, just know the risk.
I think they have to
Red
do
Baron
it.
saying, not saying that Malik Muhammad can't play the nickel, but he's saying his true talent is the outside, which is why he believes that he was drafted.
That's what they were thinking about when they drafted him. But here he is going to have to take them slot corner reps. That's just
out of necessity.
That's just the deck being shuffled and the hand being dealt to Dennis Allen, and that's what it is today. We still in July. I mean, in August. Ain't no meaningful football being played yet. So y'all just be cool.
Was Kyler and Tariq in the same draft trip? Do you remember?
No.
Tariq
was after
him. Yeah.
Okay.
But now also it's let's say Kyler comes back, he's healthy, plays cool. Now Malik has those reps as experience in the nickel. He can go in and give Kyler a blow when necessary, or if he gets tweaked or something, while stepping back to the outside. So being that this is his first camp and he's able to process, comprehend, and all of this information, of course he's gonna get burned here and there, but it's learning, growing pains, if you will. Theoretically, we didn't want him to have to be starting in the nickel position right now, but here we are.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it is? Probably more than anything, it's the pre-snap communication. Number one, making sure you're aligned with whatever is being checked. So whatever the call checks into post the huddle. So we get up to the line of scrimmage and we know the base formation that we're in. Somebody checks it and we get out of that formation into something else. The check that he has to make does it align with the linebackers? Does it align with the safety? Does he know where his help is after that? That's pre-snap. Post-snap, making sure you're in the right place once the ball is snapped. Because you got all these plethora of plays, you're in all these different alignments, and there's checks and all this stuff that comes with every one of those. It's the amount that you can retain. It's retention. You get past the thinking part of it, which is what you hear all the time. When we stop thinking, we can play faster, right? You hear that all the time. That's what he's going to be dealing with. This is just real, it just takes a certain amount of reps. And even after you get a certain amount of reps, there's still work to be done. But it's almost unfair to Malik Muhammad. It really is. And I know people just he's talented enough, he can do it. Yeah, he can, but trust me, y'all don't want to see this shit happen unless they have to put him out there.
They do. Now,
yeah, that's the problem.
I'm just saying they do. They also had to put out. They also had to play Nishan Wright last season, and he got burnt a bunch of times and thrived. It wound up turning the other direction. So I'm not by any means upset that this young man's going to likely get on the field. I think it's probably in his best interest to get on the field. He probably wasn't getting on the field with Tariq and Jalen on the outside anyways. So at least they get an evaluation of this player potentially in a mold where he can take over for Kyler Gordon if his injury case scenario continues on. I think it actually works out very well for Malik. Unfortunately, it will be trial by fire, and it's probably gonna hurt for a little while.
Well, and that's what Samuel's saying. You just came in, Samuel, but Nomad basically said that a little bit, and that's what Ked's is alluding to. And the comment is Malik and the entire Bears defense is going to catch some hell if he has to be the starter at nickelback to begin the season. He'll see all of the best wide receivers and tight ends from offensive coordinators that will draw up mismatches all day.
Yep, you're damn straight, son. It's gonna be an unfortunate reality, to be frank with you. And like, what I didn't get to say about KG is that he's the nickel position potentially unlocks Dennis Allen's defense. It really does, especially with somebody as seasoned and expert at that position as Kyler Gordon. Here we are slotting in a rookie, unfortunately.
Samo
Rookie
knows.
outside corner.
Samo understands this shit. It's like
It's gonna take some time for him to figure it out. Even Kyler, if y'all remember, when he first started playing nickel, he wasn't good at it right away.
No.
And not only was he not good at it, there was
like-
clearly some animosity where he wanted to be on the outside more frequently.
Think about it. Think about this in a more. We're very much in a micro view perspective, thinking about Malik Muhammad himself playing the nickel cornerback. Now fan out a little bit and think about what's going on around him. We got people that we just brought into the team playing a key position at safety. Number one. Number two, we got a whole bunch of new pieces along the front, and that has something to do with him. But that's what I'm trying to say is we're in a Super Bowl run season, and the best defenses on the planet are the ones that play on the string, that know exactly what to do, where to be at. And if you're out there with a nickel cornerback, now you got people that's kind of going to be off their game a little bit because they're going to feel like they gotta, make sure he's right and go clean up some of his shit. Safeties usually do that. Linebackers usually do shit like that. They're going to be looking out for him, and that's not really cohesive, man. We need everybody to know exactly what's going on and play fast in order for us to actualize the season the way we think the season can play out. And I'm not saying he's going to be some reason why things don't happen the way they need to happen, but I'm being honest with you, Bears fans, he's a handicap right now under the circumstances. When they start sicking dog-ass receivers on him that can put him in a trick bag every game, you're going to see what I'm talking about. That's what's going to happen. They just start putting dog receivers on him and see if he can keep up.
You better.
Rubbing him with tight ends and all kind of pick plays, all kind of crazy shit they'll put him in.
Right in the middle of the field.
And as Paul is saying, he thought Cam Lewis was supposed to be started, but he got dinged up a little bit.
That's what I'm saying, AC, man. I like it's Cam. If Cam's healthy and good to go, I think it's a young man over Jalen Jones at this position. I'll be frank with you.
Jalen Jones ain't been going either.
Say what now? He's hurt.
Jalen Jones hasn't been practicing either.
Oh, damn. A lot of injury in this situation.
And Terrell Smith, don't even say his name.
They brought Cam to give him reps at nickel. They wanted him to be the service nickel, is what we call the backup nickel. But all that got shook up when Kobe got hurt, and that caused Malik to get shuffled a little bit.
Yeah, Paul is saying that Cam is back. That's cool.
Okay.
Yeah. Now he's got to supplement the safeties now. He's not even getting nickel reps right now.
Oh, good point.
That's why I'm trying to say
we also have a hurt. No, I heard Xavier.
Yeah, Kobe Bryant, 6 months. Yeah, so Cam Lewis is now over there, I guess.
But I heard, didn't Woods come back?
Xavier Woods, he just came back today, I think, or yesterday.
He's back, but they got to keep giving him those reps because Elijah ain't back either. Elijah Hicks ain't back either, so Cam got to stay back there and take them other reps.
Okay. Damn.
Yeah, so it's
like that.
Shuffling the deck chairs right now, to healthy pieces, and we hopefully everybody comes back, and can play their normal spots other than Kobe Bryant for a while. And so this is all just,
Hmm.
experience for Malik Muhammad, that he won't have to utilize right away. But the way it's looking right now, we may be upset with the defense a few times, but we'll be more than happy as long as the offense is able to blow other teams out.
Hey, Tripping Kids, Shad got a good one for y'all. He
What's
said,
that?
Sad on Sports says, can I ask the collective this question? Is 40 touchdowns out of the question for 18?
How many did he have last season?
I don't know.
I'll let you know in a minute.
All right.
I don't know. That's a lot of touchdowns, but it ain't impossible. I mean,
Come
I
on,
think,
Smitty Q. He said Kobe Bryant will be back before Kyler.
Oh, damn. That's just cold blooded now,
Yeah.
Smitty.
That's like that.
It ain't, you're probably right, but it's still fucked up.
Let's see. Bear
shit.
Truth 9. He said 27. Yeah, 27
Yeah,
to 40.
27 passing
So that's
touchdowns
another
last
13. He would have had 4,000 yards, sans drops and accuracy. So that's a lot,
So wait a
but
second.
that is a nice number to strive for.
Are we talking 40 total TDs, including rushing? Or
You know
40 passing
what,
TDs?
man? I think
Well, I was thinking just passing myself.
Kids and Trips, remember how I kept saying after the season ended and we started accumulating some of this talent and how the offense was really, this is towards the end of the season. And when the season finally ended and we started to get into the off season, I kept saying, man, this offense is a 40 burger waiting to happen. Kept saying it. And now that you're hearing Ben Johnson manifest that, you're hearing word out of House Hall, he's having a story with Dan Pompey, and they want to break records with this offense. It goes to tell you what kind of explosive capability this offense has. And let me just take Malik off the screen for a minute so we can get to that. How we get to, like, how Caleb can get to those 40 touchdowns, if that's possible, doesn't necessarily have to be shots down the field. It's the DeAndre Swift. It's the DeAndre Swifts of the world, dropping the ball off, and making explosive plays happen that way. There's going to be a ton more of those this year.
Well, I think that's a huge part of it. You look at what Ben Johnson has said. All right, we want Caleb Williams to get that completion percentage up to about 70%. And if he can do that with the weapons that we have and their elusiveness and their yak ability, so now a 5-yard dump off turns into a 75-yard touchdown pass. A simple hand on a screenplay or whatever pass, getting it into the hands of a Colston Loveland or a Burton or a Rome, a Xavier Thomas, a Khalif Raymond, other than Xavier Thomas, all of which we already know can make plays. And then now we're assuming that rookies like Xavier Thomas, if he makes the roster, a Caden Davis or whoever, because all of our skill positions, got that 4-2, 4-3, 4-4 speed, are elusive and know where to find the end zone. I didn't even mention Jade.
I think
Muted,
it's super.
kids. Oh, no, yeah.
Oh no, I'm not muted. I think
good.
it's super doable. Man. I was just thinking about it. Super doable. I almost expect it. We know what we got last season, and there was a lot of opportunity that just kind of fizzled out early into games. Just fizzled a little bit. They can clean that stuff up, which I believe they can. Dennis Allen is saying that he's seeing it already. As of, for instance, he came out today and basically said that the offense, in his opinion, is leaps and bounds further than it was last year. And then he doubled down and says it's also much further ahead than it was at the end of last year. And that's exactly what we want to hear. To all accounts, folks are saying that they're actually seeing it. I almost expect 40 TDs. They can change the way that this offense goes a little bit to really really put punishment on other teams. Um, I'm 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 wondering a little bit more so on overall yardage, but I think Caleb Williams and this Chicago Bears offense with a mastermind like Ben Johnson can totally take games over just offensively alone.
And
My
one more
worry,
point.
it's the
No,
other side of the coin, right? That's where my worry is.
well, one more point quickly is that news from camp. Caleb is throwing the ball 60 yards in the air. Hitting downfield passes. Whereas last camp we was like, damn, ain't no downfield passing going on. Whereas that's happening now. But identically, or at the same time, I've also heard reports that 18 is now looking comfortable taking the check downs, taking the dump offs, taking what the defense gives them, and letting the athlete do what he needs to do, and then let's run the next play. So the deep passes are there, and he's not forcing the issue. So with those improvements in his game, 40 TDs should be within reach. And now I was counting passing TDs, but if we want to include running with his, he lost like 15, 20 pounds. He's a lot leaner. He's a little bit faster. We want to throw the running touchdowns in there too. 40. Oh yeah. I'm taking the over.
I'm telling y'all right now, the guy that's gonna bust the fuck out this. I think we got one. I told y'all. I said this when everybody was down on DeAndre Swift. I told y'all we got one of the best backs in the NFL. Nobody could really see it because the offensive line sucked. Now people see it.
And especially if they start playing on offense in the first half of games.
Yeah, I liked him a lot in college. I thought it was amazing in college, but that first year was brutal. And like he came out and said it this himself. I believe this week. Like, things weren't good year one.
It wasn't structured. It wasn't. There was nothing about that first year when he was here that was conducive to what DeAndre Swift can bring to the table. But DeAndre Swift being DeAndre Swift and the special back that he is, he popped out. Even then, he made some huge plays just on his own. Now they can kind of structure and really cater to what he can do best and set him up for success. He boom, all he needs is a crease. Boom, he's off. DeAndre Swift is more special than we think. To me, he's one of the top 5 to 7 backs in the league. Easily.
I don't know what his ranking is. Again, I like his dual skill set. And as long as we've got an offensive line that he can believe in, right? And I think that was half the battle in year one, was just like, oh man, these fools ain't getting me any space anywhere. Fuck it. You know what I mean? That was what I saw on tape, or at least my reality with DeAndre Swift. It just didn't look like he was. Yeah, no, there's no push here. There's no room. I'm just gonna bury my head right into this little where this gap is supposed to be, and I'm gonna go down this way. I don't get hurt, and I can play some football. And it just didn't look like it was gonna work out. And lo and behold, you fix that offensive line, you get him some push, and the homie can do some stuff.
And then also remember, this is a contract year for him, so he's looking to run hard to try and get some of that, Bijan Robinson type dough.
Well, that's not gonna happen.
I'll tell you.
Well, some of.
Okay.
I caught a glimpse at somebody. I think he was out at practice. Somebody caught a good shot of him. I'll tell you right now, DeAndre Swift has some strong ass legs. I mean, strong, and you wouldn't even imagine him. You don't see. I think Ben Johnson might have mentioned this before. You don't think power when you think DeAndre Swift, but I'm telling you, that's a strong little dude, man. It's where all his power needs to be is where it is. It's in those legs. That dude has some legs on him. And so I just suspect, let me knock on wood. everything go right, man, we got something going here. But there's another thing that happened this week that we need to point out real quick. I just want to see what you guys think about this because we did talk about it before. This is a an image that I made a couple 2 or 3 weeks ago. Remember when I brought this up a few weeks ago?
I do.
And I told you guys before this shit even started. I said between 2-3 weeks in the camp, they're gonna get somebody to add to that edge room. And sure as shit, 2 weeks in the camp, Marcus Davenport is a bear. 29 years old, 6'6", 285 pounds. Now, I know when people go to the numbers and the stats and availability and all that, there's all kinds of reason to be negative and down about this. Beautiful thing about this situation is you don't need him to be a starter. Finally, he's in a role where they're not counting on him down in and down out between first and fourth down. You know, he can go in spots and be explosive and be disruptive. And that's where you need Marcus Davenport. I know this for a fact. Our rotation and depth at edge rusher just got a lot better. And because that's the thing, kids, me and Tripp's been talking about for a while. Okay, we're all right at 1 and 2 and maybe even 3. But where's the 4 and 5 at? We need some depth here. And they just waited to see what they had when the guys put on pads. And once they saw what they had, boom, they made the move. And y'all ain't gonna believe this, but this is a much better move than what you can imagine at this point.
I'll go. It was
Okay,
sure.
I'm glad you're there because I'm going there too.
I mean, sure, I get it. You know, now we got competition for DN4. Cool. Yeah, but you got to look at his history. You guys like, well, damn, he played like I think more games than Kyler Gordon did last season, and that's not saying a lot. But other than that, he's been kind of like meh, you know, for the meh. And it's like, well, he has a Dennis Allen, connection. And if Dennis says, hey, we need a veteran presence at defensive end, and Ryan Poles like, all right, he ain't a whole lot, but he really doesn't move the needle for me. If he plays, cool, but I would really prefer that somebody would just beat him out in camp to where it's like we don't even have to worry about it.
Y'all, oh man, y'all are beautiful, man, because it's depth.
Yeah, and that's about all you can say, right? Like that's what it is from a rotational perspective. It works for me. From a dollars and cents perspective, it works for me. He's not commanding a large salary or anything to that effect. It doesn't hamper the salary cap in a major way. I'm just personally kind of over the idea of Band-Aid fixes. Oops, cut my arm and put a Band-Aid on it.
What do you mean by Band-Aid fixes?
Well, because he's a short term, just kind of get us over the hump until we get somebody better.
Every team is doing some of that.
And Band-Aid. I'm not saying that every team isn't. I'm saying that I've been hoping that they would just
stitch it up.
You know?
You know the thing
Give
is,
it the stitches, bro. Give it the stitches. Fix the problem.
Okay, let me
tear down the deck. Replace the deck. Don't stop.
Let me stop you before you go too far. Let me broaden out the picture a little bit so that everybody understands what we have. Number one, I'll tell you why we need this guy. They needed to get into the camp and get 2 weeks into pads to find out whether or not one was even going to have Shamar available. Shamar could be, I don't know, but possibly heading towards the list where he doesn't even play until they might have. Yeah, he might be.
IR.
Also, remember, we had Dio that's coming off of an Achilles tear, and we just didn't know what we were getting coming back. We didn't know, and they put him in pads for 2 weeks. And I told you guys before, if they get these guys in uniform and in pads, banging and they don't see what they need to see from those two guys, they're going to have to make a move. And that's why he's here.
That's not a good news story. You realize that, right?
It's the truth, though.
If that's the truth, it's not a good news
You
story.
need somebody that can produce. If you got
Well,
guys that you don't know that can.
Trip.
Well, Red Baron is thinking that Davenport starts and Booker comes in on passing downs.
No, that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. No, it's gonna be. He's gonna supplement. The good thing about Marcus Davenport is you was knowing that it's two things going on here. You got edge rusher reps, and you got two guys, both Dio and Shamar, that was going to supplement in there and play some 3 technique on pass rushing downs. You can have
Stop. No.
Huh?
Oh no, 3 tech on pass rush. Okay, continue. Sorry.
Put your NASCAR. Marcus Davenport can do that in spades. That's the extra value that he brings to the table. When you got to kick him inside, he knows exactly how to play this role and can do it effectively. And so that's why, you thinking about, okay, he gets hurt every year. He didn't have so many sacks. There's just so many other things.
I didn't say that yet. Did you say that, Trip?
Y'all insinuating it, but I understand.
I didn't say nothing about that.
It's okay. I understand, man. I understand.
I didn't say nothing about that, but I was sure enough going to say it because there's as a rotational piece at the dollars and cents that he's coming in for. Solid acquisition. Not to mention he also knows and has worked with Dennis Allen in some capacity. There's upsides here. Does it solve a problem? Not really. They're just worried that, again, potentially from a depth perspective, they may be short a couple of players as they move forward. So I'm not excited.
Well, could this be like the Tano Passanio signing last year, where they got a veteran, early or in camp, and then he was up and down on the practice squad for a few weeks, and then he was gone?
No, Tano was a hit and miss in the first place. Marcus Davenport is a whole different tier of player. Whole different tier. There's never been a team he's been on where he wasn't counting on to be a starter. And so here, for the first time in his career, he doesn't have to be that particular player. When you put him in there, he'll be fresh.
I wonder how many reps he's going to get this preseason, because if I know it was one game and he's still a young guy, but if it came down to a roster spot between Jamry Chroma and Marcus Davenport, I'm not thrilled if we taking Davenport.
That's because you're not seeing practice reps and what they're doing behind the scenes.
Well, that's why I said I need to see more special teams. I mean, that's preseason games. I need to see some more reps. I need to see him, Davenport, do something, that would say, all right, this old dude who has a history of not playing a lot is worth more than this up and coming kid trying to make a name for himself. I'd rather have an up and coming kid. At
some point, you gotta, if you're a contender, you gotta there's got to be a right balance of up and coming, and I know I got a guy that can get it goddamn done. And so, Trips, I know how you think. You just always look at the younger guy and say we can get it done with him. It ain't always that simple.
Well, no, I would actually prefer that we get the nickelback you was talking about to give Malik Muhammad a chance to learn. So I can understand the veteran presence and necessity of it all. But if we're talking about, DN 3 or 4, let's bring it up and comers, somebody who's hungry that can make a name, as opposed to, that dude's still playing.
I don't disagree with you, Trish, whatsoever. I don't want you to misunderstand me. I'm just telling you how normally this shit plays out.
Well, Samo don't even think he's gonna make the 53.
If that's the case, that means somebody really, really rose their level and bumped him out. But I don't know about that.
Well, like Cliffy saying, Booker and Chroma, look to be the future. Hopefully, we don't want Booker getting banged up, so of course we want to have somebody taking those reps.
I don't think he came here to get cut.
Well, I mean, he wasn't. He was a street free agent. He went on some workouts, didn't get signed. Dennis Allen, history. Hey, we'll bring you in, see what you got. If you can make it, cool. If not, I gave you a shot.
And he has a very cuttable contract. Like very cuttable.
We'll see what happens. I love the move. I predicted it. I think when people see it, when in the totality of things, and see how much he affects that line of scrimmage, you'll know.
Yeah. No one has doubted his ability to be disruptive. We're just doubting his ability to be on the field.
He doesn't have to play. I keep saying it. This is the third time I said it. He's not coming here to be a starter. He's a supplementary player.
Yeah, he hasn't been on the field as a starter or a supplementary player, though, because he's been hurt.
Okay. Let me just move on.
Well, he's not.
You just stuck in. You just got your mind stuck.
No, he's not entirely wrong on this one. And the reason that I can sort of agree is just grand number of snaps over the last. So since between 2018 and 2022, he was getting reps. He was out there repping, right? He had 500 snaps, regardless as to what injury or no injury during that period of time. In 2023, stark decline down to 118 snaps, 89 snaps, 281 last season, which is a quite a lot more than the previous two. So yeah, you have to be a contributor actually on the field to make a difference. My point being, very simply, it's a wash for me. At least they have somebody to give the existing kids a breather, at that edge rush position, and it's not.
Has anybody watched him on tape? Anybody watched him on tape?
I've seen him play, but again, not much the last 3 seasons.
Okay. I've seen his most recent snaps, and since he was drafted till now, this is a physical edge rusher. When I say physical, I mean in every sense of physical as an edge rusher you can be. Setting the edge on the run, crashing down the line of scrimmage, making sure that his presence is felt. And the way I see him playing football, it's no wonder he's always nicked up. He's physical as fuck. And that's what they're looking for. And so now that you don't have to play him all these extended reps and put him out on the field, all these wild number of snaps, you can expect him, you can keep some maintenance to this. This is okay. Y'all just don't know. I already heard the shit, man. Y'all just make a mockery out of everything.
He played 5 more games in Kyler Gordon.
All right, let's get into this. So it turns out to be true. Turns out to be true that, and I went even after the show we just did Sunday. I went to go watch those reps again. I watched the reps before we even got into the show Sunday, so I kind of knew what I was talking about then. But even watch him even further, it's true. Karan Amagaji, man, he came on in the first, let's just say his first 2 series. That's about the easiest way I can describe it. It was fairly clean, man. He looked really composed, looked a whole lot different than what we used to seeing Karan Amagaji play the game. But as the reps went on, I told y'all he came in like a lion, went out like a lamb. He just continued to tail off more and more. He started dropping technique. And I started thinking to myself, okay, is he just tired out there? Because I remember us talking about that on Sunday.
Not game shape.
He just almost lost confidence, something. But it was clear to me that something came up missing later on in the reps, and it stuck out to the coaches, and they basically, I don't know. I'm not going to make no predictions about what's going to happen here, but I thought that Jedrick was a better player overall, and Karan right when I thought he was turning the corner, he hit a wall again, man, and that's unfortunate for him, man.
Did you see what happened at practice, kid?
Yeah, yeah, I did.
That
I did.
they switched Jedrick and Karan from the left side to the right tackle side, and Braxton Jones is back and Ozzie to the left side. And I believe it was Ben Johnson that said last week they wanted to make that left tackle decision this week, but I don't know if it was Ben Johnson or Press Taylor or somebody alluded to the fact that we're still going to be going forward with this left tackle competition. So that does not reign at all good news for Karan.
So Ozzy isn't in the mix. In the mix as yet. Canadian Eagle is back.
Theo, there you go.
He's on the left-hand side, battling it out with Braxton, just like it happened last year. We'll see how things shake out over there. Right now, it's Braxton's job to lose. Clearly, the other two main contenders for the job have been kicked to the right-hand side. Realistically, pretty sure we already have like a main stay on that right side as a backup, as a swing, I think. Trying to figure out who that might be, but I can only assume like Jedrick may stay on this team. It doesn't sound like Karan is long for the Chicago Bears, and I'm saying that because he was also injured to some degree, I believe, today as well.
And the thing is, Theo has been, pretty solid swinging both ways. Karan is primarily a left side of the line player, I believe, college throughout. So going to the right side is just, totally new for him. And then he got dinged up again, threw his helmet down, was able to get off the field. But on the way out, he got yelled at by Dan Roshar. So it's like Dan said, let me chew your ear a little bit and not take that with you. So it's up getting to the numbers where I don't think we're going to be keeping 5 or 6 tackles, and he ain't going to be one of them even if we do.
Yeah.
It's sometimes when you're watching this stuff, it really does come down to how much fight do you have in you. Because you've been here this long. You've been training, you got nicked up a couple times, and it's cost you a lot of time. Now you're healthy. Now you're out there and you're learning, what we're teaching you, and you're coming along. Now it's time for you to go swim, buddy. We done walked you to the water. Now you got to eat. Now let's see how much fight you got when we put other people up to the trough next to you. You're going to eat, or you're going to let them take the food from you.
Oh, they taking his food, man. But
I'm taking every crumb.
The real the upside for me is like we finally kind of got a secondary look at him, and as I was saying on Sunday, I can understand why they went to get him. Like he has the physical traits and stature to do the job, man. He just doesn't seem to have it in him to do the job. And at this point,
that sadly, kids, you are hitting on what Samo said, what was it Hill? There's several people saying, but Karan Amagaji just plays like he needs to go see, visit the Wiz and find some heart. Because he just doesn't have that drive, that determination.
Fight.
And I always
down the road.
I just said fight.
Harken back to that workout that Ryan Poles gave to Darnell Wright when he was in college, just pushing him, make him vomit, pushing him. It's like you push Karan and he wilts. And it's like no heart, no fortitude, testicular wise, no, just what are you doing, bro? Come on, you got all the talent, you just doesn't have the heart, doesn't have just doesn't have it. The it. Damn it.
Someone said they're not only taking it.
He's watching him eat it too. Oh damn!
That's what it comes down to. You're like, man, dog. Y'all eat when I get done. That's the last puppy I bought. That's my dog. I ain't bought another dog since. That's why I bought him. That's why I bought him. Actually, I bought him, but he was a runt puppy. But he had heart.
So you bought the Quran.
He was the smallest puppy in the kennel, but he would not let the other dogs eat until he was done eating. Them puppies would not come near that bowl until he was done eating. That's why I bought him. Because he's got fight. And that's what you gotta have when you know everybody out there trying to eat at the same piece of bone that you're trying to get at. You gotta have enough fight to say, ain't nobody getting none of this. When I'm done with it, y'all can get it. That's why I told y'all Braxton got more fight in him than you think. And everybody was just, oh, you just like Braxton Jones, you just want to see Braxton. Look, I'm just telling you what I see. Just telling you what I see.
Man, Chad, I've been thinking about this one for a minute. And there's a lot, like I'm not the grandest quote unquote Ryan Poles fan in the world. I'll just say that. He's starting to grow on me. Decisions are different. But again, it seems to me like maybe Nomad has a little bit of validity in what he has been saying, because this particular player, in my opinion, is probably much more of a Matt Eberflus selection than any other player on the roster. Right? There's some ridiculous story about how when he was like a teenager, he met him on a golf course, and like years later, he's now a Chicago Bear. Like, pretty clearly, Matt Eberflus wanted to tell this story and make it a story, and selected this player for a reason. And again, that reason was to tell that story and have it be a Hokie moment as Captain Hokie. In any event, hasn't really panned out to be a good news story for Quran Ahmed Gaji as it pertains to the game of football, or specifically the left tackle position.
The man has a physical structure of Thor when it comes to.
He's built for it, bro.
Look at those arms, man.
Built for it. Can he do it?
Yes, he can do it. He just doesn't have the fight in him to, he ain't got that stomp down. All right, this is it for you, dog. You got to have some of that going on. You got to have some of that going on. The other three tackles have that going on. One of them's trying to find his way back to himself, but the other two have that fight, or the other three. Now, I mean, it's like, I hate to even say that about Quran Ahmed because, like, wow, man, you just won a genetic lottery with your size, but you don't have, like, it's hard for me. I told you it took me a long time in my young life. I'm talking, it took me till I was like 11 till I realized, like, man, dude, I'm a certain kind of individual, but all my friends ain't like me. And so guess what? I got to take up for the ones that's not like me so that they don't get picked on. Like, he's the kind of guy that probably, until he got bigger, got picked on a little bit. Because he didn't have enough fight in him. But that's man, I hate to even say this shit about him, man, but I hate that we had to find that out about him live during the game. However, the preseason ain't over. He'll get more reps. He'll get more opportunity to prove. Well, maybe one more preseason game, and if he doesn't have a better showing than he did, I don't know how long he's on this roster.
So what they said is they're not giving him that. So they're going to put him on the right.
They're doing that to supplement the right side to make sure everybody can go side to side. That's just, don't pay no.
You got to do your due diligence. Put it on tape. Can you go left, right? How do you look? Who looks best? What can you improve? Because when you have to make those final cuts, the versatility is, a factor.
Everybody's got to get over there and touch that.
Well, that's cool, but it ain't helpful for a guy who's never played on the right.
Well,
Well,
he ain't doing no good on the left.
Oh, brother. That's what I'm trying to say.
don't. I think people read way too much into that. That's just formalities, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll call it what you will.
Oh, they just moved Braxton and Karan and Jedrick to the right. No, they just making sure they got some supplements there on the right side too. They've been taking all left tackle reps the whole camp.
But yeah,
Just
like
supplementing, man.
if you are supplementing with the idea to cut down to a 53-man roster at some point, the guy who can potentially actually play on the right and the left rules with respect to that final left tackle position. And what we can say is this guy's never played on the right. Call it what you will.
Hey, it's NFL football. You gotta step up to the challenge.
Didn't
We
And
did
not
Karan
just
only
grow
talk
up
that,
on
about
the west
that, didn't
side?
we?
How the hell he grew up on the west side and not getting in any fights? Oh
hey
no,
man,
my bad. It wasn't west side, it was hillside. That's a little bit
Oh,
different. It's
he was
out
down.
west, but a little bit past it.
I mean, I could see a guy like him. I know many guys that you know. A couple of my friends, they grew up in better neighborhoods and didn't have to do all that fighting that I had to do. We used to try to keep them away from our neighborhoods, but as they get older, they want to act like they tough and want to be hanging. Oh no, you ain't like that. So stop. You're not like that. I don't brag because I came up in an environment where I had to do that all the time, but I know who I am and I know who you ain't. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it ain't. I don't feel like I'm better than you, but I got something you don't got, and that
Oh,
took time for that to develop.
oh, Hinsdale, not Hillside. Oh, Hinsdale. No
Yeah,
wonder he ain't never been in a fight.
Hinsdale South. I think that's where he went to school at.
Ah.
Yeah, he just ain't that he ain't no tough in him, man. I don't see it yet, but he got time to prove me wrong. That's that, man. Unless y'all got any more about Quran, we can get into it. Another,
nah, that's cool.
uh, y'all want to get on now? I gotta bring up my boy Samo. We was talking about you, man. Your ear had to been itching, ringing, or something. Because Sunday because we know how much you love this guy when we first drafted him. And I was telling him, I was like, Flus was right when he said it takes a few years, couple, 3, 2, 3, maybe even 4 years sometimes, in order for some of these guys to start turning the corner because of the difference between in the competition. Like you got dudes that get paid to keep your ass from anywhere near the quarterback and get paid millions and millions of dollars. You think they're gonna just let you do the shit you did in college and just whoop everybody with your power and speed? No, they train to protect the quarterback, man. You ain't getting there unless you got something else in your bag. And Jamry Chroma, another guy, I went back to the tape and started looking at his reps even more, even though I was really watching him hard during the game. And the more I watch it, the more and more I believe what I saw translates. Speed to power, speed to long arm, to power, counter to the inside, swim over, up. I don't know what you call this move, but when you just kind of like, I saw one time he double handed swiped up to get the hand off of him. I seen 3 or 4 different things that I really wasn't used to seeing in Jammery Chroma. And what I can tell you, and what I believe, I'm not saying anything in a definite way. I think what I saw, I think translates on any starting offensive lineman in the NFL. I think what I saw translates. So against the next amount of competition, I think you're gonna see similar or just as good. Because I think what he did definitely translates. That ain't gonna be no flash in the pan. Oh, he was good that one game against Cleveland. No, I think that's gonna work for him. The stuff I saw.
Well, kid's impressed. It's really his first outing and opportunity to do it. I kind of can't wait to see what he does this week. That's where I am with this particular player. You know, there's Big Sam. Sam's loved this guy for a while, and we had to speak on that right away. It's really good to see him actually get out there on the field and show and prove. He's been developing for a little bit, and it's starting to show, man. It's starting to be a real thing. So I want to see consistency now. Was that just a shitty Cleveland Browns offensive line, or is Jamry Chroma legit? We're gonna find out real soon.
That's the the question that we all want the exciting answers to on the next episode of Soap. We need to see if it's
at some point. Hey, fellas, at some point, I think we're gonna have to learn who this defensive line coach is, because nobody knows who the f that guy's name is.
Coach Graham.
Oh, he's done it.
Isn't it Graham?
I couldn't tell you. You're probably right.
I don't know.
Oh, you're saying you don't know because you literally don't know.
I knew who he was when we got him, but I have no idea because you never hear nobody talking about him.
No.
Yeah, you never hear his name. Because I want to say it's Graham.
There's a reason for that.
I want to say Graham, but as far as Chroma goes, remember Travis Gibson? He was always, getting those preseason pressures like, oh shit, he could be a defensive end. Then he never made the team, or when he did make the team, he ain't do shit in the season. If Jamry has developed it, if he has that mentality that Ryan Poles was looking for, wants to be great at football, he's already modeled his body. He's, dropped 15, 20 pounds, whatever it is. He's, gotten a lot stronger. And he's hungry. He wants to make a name for himself because right now he's just a practice squad guy. It's like Chroma, who? He's not there yet, but I think he wants to be. And if he can continue to play and display the tenacity that he did in the first preseason game, oh hell yeah, he's gonna be somebody that is gonna eventually will make a name for himself because he's too violent at the point of attack. He has too much motor, and as Samo has said, he has too deep of a tool bag to not be a problem.
I think
Garrett is the D-line coach. Thank you.
Jeremy Garrett.
Garrett.
I knew I gotta get back in my bag on him, but I did know some stuff. I just gotta rehash that a little bit. But man, this guy, I think he's got a beeline to the rotation because of Shamar not being available yet, and because we just don't know exactly what kind of dial we got. We got a couple more games to see, but if that ain't the way it's supposed to be, I think he's got a beeline to the 53, not just the practice squad or no shit like that. I think he comes off of that motherfucker this year. If what I seen on film, I think translates to even when he playing against the ones, I think he'll be all right. And
elaborate on your Dio comment, please.
Dio is coming off of an Achilles injury, and I said this a long time ago. Pump the brakes on him because we just don't know what level of Dio we gonna get. Yeah, I mean, what you expect out of a guy to just come off of an Achilles injury? I don't expect a whole lot, but if he comes back and he's good, then I'm like, oh, that's incredible. But other than that, I'm expecting him to be like what an injured football player with a major surgery would look like. I don't expect the world out of him right now. Why would I?
Okay, that's fair.
And Sam was saying the coach, Garrett, defensive line, he hasn't made a name for himself yet. That's why we don't know his name. Well, if Austin Booker can be what we believe and hope Austin Booker can be, if Chroma can develop to be a productive defensive end 3 or 4, if Montez Sweat continues to be his same solid self, and if we can get production from the new guys of Street, Gallimore and Lynch, Big Dex is supposedly looking better. How he's playing is still to be determined. And then the young guy, Jaden Loving, who's been making plays. So there's talent on this defensive line. And let's see how Coach Garrett can get it to mold and produce.
Hey,
And
hey,
that's not even mentioning Deo or Shamar Turner.
hey, thanks to Cliff and you other guys in here that's helping me do the background on Garrett, man, because I totally so many players in my head. Y'all, I appreciate that, man. Keep digging up information. But he's been at Jacksonville. Jacksonville. Let me just say that now. Thank you for that. Jacksonville not only is probably, if I had to say player for player, the most talented defensive front in the NFL as far as the front. I mean, their first five go and their depth. You can pluck anybody you want pretty much off of that roster right now. They're so deep. And he's part of the reason why they've accumulated that talent and they've gotten better and better and better as they've gotten there. As they kept getting those guys, they just kept getting better. Jeremy Garrett had to be a reason why, which is why the Bears pulled him in here. And so the impressions that Jeremy Cromer and some of these other guys have come up with along that defensive front, we need to start talking about that guy. I'm going to have to put him on a thumbnail. We need to start talking about that dude because you seeing that shit pop right now.
Yeah. And if these guys can actually stop the run and get pressure, and now we're going, oh, okay, Coach Garrett, we see you. We see your what molding you're doing to these players. And that right, Raging Oracle. Big up. Let's say Dex is gonna oh yeah, well. To be determined, Raging Oracle.
You gotta give him some respect, man. He's getting those guys.
I'm gonna say some terrible shit here, but it might actually be in the best interest of the Chicago Bears. I'm just saying, might be lot of money to move around next season, a lot of people to pay. So we'll see how he does. Hopefully, he does well and he earns himself a return ticket, but not the end of the world.
Hey, DTs, Samo hit it right. The DTs are looking good too. Really good. That explosion. I mean, they coaching these boys. I see you, AC Adam. Hey, it looks good. Exactly how I expected it to look, man. They are really, really honing in on the techniques, the real simple fundamentals of being explosive off the ball, attacking the offensive line. If you go back and look at that game again, and you just isolate the offensive line and defensive line, watch how those guys got off the ball and really went after that offensive line. Didn't matter what kind of setup they was in, just crash that thing and get off the ball. Every last one of them. And that includes Javon Dexter. He got off that ball and was smashing them dudes, pushing them back into the quarterback. You saw every one of those guys doing that. They were a problem. So Jeremy Garrett, I'm telling you, is getting on a thumbnail soon here. Let us see one more game like that.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you I'll put him on a thumbnail.
And like Sam was saying, Loving is nice as well. Iceberg, Vandenberg, right on Raging. But yeah, those guys are pushing it. These guys aren't pushing Chroma. You can, I guess, take him down. But they are pushing Big Dex for sure.
All right, let's get to next. Let's talk about him. You want to talk about Big Jaden? Let's talk about him.
Hearing good things. Good things.
Sometimes those big boys in the middle like that, that's playing that zero technique, that one technique, that nose, man, they ain't getting no attention, man. Ain't nobody paying them dudes no attention because they don't make the splash plays. They're doing the dirty work, making people double team them. And when they're getting double teamed, making sure you're not giving up ground. And that's causing those other guys to be able to play faster. Because if he's getting pushed back, one of those guys can get up off of him and chip on the next guy. Stop that guy from getting inside. And so Jaden Loving, every rep I saw, he wasn't giving up ground. He was doing his thing. And when they asked him to get upfield, he got upfield. And that's a very simple way of looking at the deep tackle in his job, but that's what they ask him to do. And what they asked him to do, he did pretty well. It's tough to run really good. And that's what we said about him when we got him. I was just like, that was the feature about him. It's hard to move, got a big bottom on him, solid base, and really that's where you need as a starting point with a guy like him as you start to build him up. And so we got something nice here. We want to see him stack some more games in the preseason. Here's some good stuff about him in these joint practices. Put him against the ones, and let's see how he holds up. And so now you just really raising the bar for him right now.
And before you go, kid, Samo's comment,
That's what I was
man, they
gonna
kicked
ask.
Loving out to defensive end 5 tech a few plays, and he held it down. Go ahead, kid.
Damn. No, I was actually going to speak to that. Loving was out at DE.
I saw
those snaps. Did you catch those snaps?
he got out there. He got out there, and they put I told you they put James Lynch out there a whole lot more.
I heard about James Lynch going out there actually and performing well. I didn't realize that Loving was out there as well. That's good.
They moved him around. They tested his ass, and that's what you're supposed to do. You put them through some shit they ain't used to experiencing. You used to beating up on your own guys. Now you got some other guys out here. Let me put you out here at this technique. Let's see what happens.
Huh.
This is the time when you just start fishing. Now you know you get an idea of what it looks like. Okay, let me throw that at him again and see how he reacts to it. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
no, I
we
knew
got
about
some
Lynch.
dudes,
I didn't
we got
realize
some
he was out
dudes
there.
at defensive tackle. I'm telling you right now. We got some dudes.
That's what I need to see. I need proof is in the pudding. So far, a good week. We got to see a little bit from this entire group. He did stand out to a degree, but like I said, I didn't notice him getting out on the edge. That's interesting to know. I'm gonna have to pay a little bit more attention there this week when they play again because for all of these young rookies or new kids on the D line, man, I'm very interested in them performing well and holding down the fort.
Hey, I'll tell you another thing about Jaden Loving. Y'all should check out his background story and see what kind of pedigree he has, how he came up. Boy got a lot of brothers, and his brothers kept him fighting, and they was always battling for something. And so him having to fight for something ain't new to him. So you ain't got to worry about do this cat got fight. Check
Well,
out his
as mentioned earlier, dust up in camp. It was Jaden Loving, and Logan Jones, the second round center.
The center.
So you got the UDFA going against the second round dude. Jaden Loving, first rep, whooped him up. Jones wasn't feeling it. They got in a little scuffle, called him back, and was like, let's do it again. Run it back. They ran it back. Loving got him the second time as well. Then, they dapped it up and everything was everything. But
these two strong.
The talk that we were talking about Loving is, he was the qualifications. It was like, man, why didn't he get drafted? And it's just a numbers thing that he didn't get drafted. But he's brought in and he's been, making a name for himself because we know his name. And it's like, why do we keep hearing this kid's name? Because he's making plays. And the more he can do that, the more he's going to make it difficult, to not be in the roster. Now, his motor, his relentlessness, he plays to the whistle. He has everything, character-wise, football culture-wise that Ryan Poles is looking for.
Hey, Trip, let me tell you something. I'm starting to see like the nose guard position be slightly treated slightly like kind of how the running back position had been treated over the last 10 years until more recently here, where they're starting to get paid again, where they kind of devalue the position. Like those noses, I see dudes like Jaden Loving, dude like Tim Keenan that got drafted or didn't get drafted but got picked up by, I don't know if he got drafted or not, but got picked up by the Rams, but making a huge impact on that team. Nose guard out of Alabama. Those big old boys like that, they know they're supposed to be drafted. They know they're supposed to be top tier players in the NFL, but ain't nobody paying attention to those guys that get caught up in the dust scrum. You don't really see what they bring to the table until they start popping out in particular games. So just don't know who these guys are. I say Tim Keenan, nobody knows who I'm talking about, even though I did a breakdown on him this offseason. He's a bad MFer, and he's a big, low to the ground. He's like a damn fire hydrant. It's almost impossible to move. Jaden Loving is just like that. So these guys play a role in that defense that helps everybody out, but you ain't gonna hear nobody rah-rahing about it.
Well, Ryan Poles has been looking for that kind of fire plug guy because Travis Bell, he attempted to find him there. Didn't work out, but I still see Travis Bell bouncing around the league, someplace. So, he's still working it. But Loving, Vandenberg, you got these interior guidelines, and now you got Coach Garrett, who we know his name. Let's see what he can do with them. And we got the scrimmages, not scrimmages, but the preseason game Saturday. So make sure you all are with us Saturday evening at 6 p.m. Central as the Bears visit the Bengals. But we will be doing our live reaction game call. So wherever you are, make sure you are with us so we can watch this game and see who on the defensive line is going to be like, hey, I'm going to make this roster. I don't care who's in front of me, but I'm making this roster.
All right, let's talk about another guy. We talked about him briefly, but I want to talk about him a little bit more. Ruben Hippolyte. Very off and on early in the game, but really came on as the game continued. You can almost, when you got a guy in the second year and seeing as many reps as he saw on that field, I can see him wincing. I can see him hurting a little bit from some of the tackles that he had to make. He is definitely having to get his body used to the contact like it was, like it needs to be. He needs to build up some reserve there, man, because I can see him like, oh, he's making some plays out there and he's tackling and he's, getting to the ball. But man, that shit wasn't feeling good to him. I can tell you that right now. And that's just him being out of football pretty much for a year and his shoulders not being used to the contact. That happens. And so I think the more and more Ruben Hippolyte plays, the better and better he's going to be. He just has to get out there and has to, do the job of a linebacker, and that's a physical one. It's a hell of a job to have to do. But I start to see the Ruben Hippolyte that I saw when he was at, I think, Rutgers, right? No, Maryland. I started to see that Ruben Hippolyte a little bit. They started to peak out a little bit. They definitely got to get him a lot more reps just to see where, if he maxes out at any point where it's just like, okay, that's enough. Let's get somebody else in there. But also, I think he's playing a lot more because we don't have Keyshawn Elliott out there too. So he's got to pick up some of that slack. So, but I like what I saw, later on in the game after the first couple of series. But as that game continued to play, man, Ruben Hippolyte started to look like an NFL linebacker for real.
He moves, man. He's fast. I don't know about instinctive. We'll have to wait and see a little bit on that one. But he moves, gets to where he needs to get to. Again, that was the big selling feature of this particular player when they brought him in. He is fast. He's lightning fast, and there's no question. Like, he'll close the gap, close the distance, and get in there and be disruptive. All that's cool. I need to see more, but most importantly, he needs more time on task. Once he has a little bit more of that, hopefully he'll be able to understand, the pain threshold case scenario that Nomad was just sort of speaking to, as well as, grow a little bit more instinctive in his position. So we'll see what Ruben does. I hope they give him a fair amount of reps in preseason just to test him out and see where he is truly at.
Hey kids, I bet all my money. I bet everything I got that Trips think it was that crack to the mouth that he got on that pull block when he got smashed in the mouth that put him out the game with a concussion. I think
Put him out, yeah, with against Washington.
You would probably be led to believe that that's the reason why you didn't really see him no more in the season. But I beg to differ. I bet all my money in practice he was missing all kinds of assignments and not being where he's supposed to be and not really retaining the information at the speed they was hoping he would. And for that reason, they had to kind of put him on the dust pile. Like we got to keep working with him. He's just not, this shit ain't really clicking with him yet. And and sometimes some guys need that.
Definitely a combination of the two, right? He was hurt.
Well, I could get it. I can understand. He was a rookie, so growing pains, rookie mistakes, not being in the right place, mentally not knowing the game. That's understandable to a point. But my worry about him as a linebacker are twice he's been hurt and twice it's been shoulders. So linebacker making tackles, what do you tackle with? Your shoulders. So I like his speed, I like his athleticism, but it's just worrisome that the soft part on his body seems to be the shoulders, which you need.
Man,
Can't argue with any of that.
I don't think people realize how tough that feels when you get done doing that for a whole goddamn 4 quarters.
No, I know it hurts, but
woo-wee.
But hey, that's what you signed up for.
Such is the job, right?
I did playing nickel in college, man. Our first spring ball, bro. All they wanted to do was run the ball. All they wanted to do was run the ball. And I ain't gonna tell you every single one of my tie-ups or collisions was I got to smash into somebody, but I smashed into enough people, and like I ain't used to feeling that kind of heaviness on my shoulders. I'm hitting receivers. Maybe I feel it if I run to a running back that's full bore at me. I got to hit him around his legs or something. You'll feel it. But this was I just say about like 13 plays in accumulation. There was hard collisions that I never felt shoulder soreness after a football practice or after in a camp. I never felt that, and I felt it. I'm like, hold on, man, I got shoulders. I never knew you was there.
Ouch.
Yeah, that shit hurt. And so it's one thing to go through that in a practice. Now you got to get off the field and get yourself ready for the next one that's coming tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And the day after that. So that's some Ruben Hippolyte, go sit around TJ Edwards and learn what it means to take care of your body as an NFL player. What you got to eat, what you don't, what you can't be eating. You just need to stay the night over TJ crib and see what he doing. That's what you need to do. That's good call. Yeah, man. That's the recovery after the physicality is probably the most unheralded thing in the game, and I don't think enough people are doing content on that.
But that's the problem, though, because of the physicality that you speak of, is why it's irritating to me as someone that's not even a player on a team or in the league. That it's like, wait a minute, how the hell y'all gonna have a game on Sunday, then have another one on Thursday? What? That is not physically, conducive to healing or rest, or you're not gonna get the best athletic playing out of these players because they're still beat up from the 3 days ago playing a full game.
Thank you, Triple R.
Mm.
The fucking NFL has no constitution, and they need one.
Man. So even like Smith, shit, I'm gonna play more snaps than Kyler. Shit.
NFL needs a constitution, man. That's some bullshit, man. Get
And
your
then now
get
granted,
your ass in the ice tub and see how you feel.
when you're traveling, they don't have to go through the the same hassle that we have to go through in traveling. But guess what? They still got to travel. Yeah, they big dudes and comfortable seats, yeah, but still got to go 30,000 feet in the air. With that pressurization, which isn't the best for the body. After you've been beaten up, and then you're going time zones and you're back and forth, and it's just not conducive to the best play on the field. And so that means that when you have dings and dangs from a game, your shoulder's hurting, and it's like, well, I got to ice it, I got to heat it, and I got to get it ready because I got another game. And now you got players on IR, but they still refuse to expand the roster sizes. 53, that's it. So I don't know. I mean, expand it to 60, or because you're adding on games, you're adding on travel, but these bodies aren't adding on anything, and you can't have any PEDs or any substances. So what are we doing?
And
Okay.
of course, they want to expand it out. I believe eventually to 21 games is what they're talking about. But hey,
Who gonna play them? Shit, they gonna get scab players.
well, this is a question. It's a huge question.
Me and
Maybe.
you and Trish might have to sign up.
Okay. Both of us were like, sure, man, we could use a paycheck. But like, maybe they completely change the format is another way of looking at it. I don't know what they do, but at 53 men, it's an ongoing problem just having healthy human beings on the field.
Bro, I'm gonna do a completely different podcast one of these days, and it's gonna be named When the Testosterone Wears Off.
I
Boy,
ain't talking about people's balls, man.
How about adrenaline?
Yeah.
I'll take that too. I'll take that. How about that? When the adrenaline wears off.
Yeah.
All right.
Because you'll get letters from the WNBA people.
Yeah, you're right. When the adrenaline does wear off, is when like MTV Cribs. This is where the magic happens. Magic happens after that. After adrenaline wears off. Oh, you want to see what it really is that you cheer on every Sunday and you can't get enough of. Why can't he get on the field? They'll line up to slap the shit out you. You don't even know. But when you're getting a certain amount of money, you better be spending a certain amount of money to make sure that it can't stop at the people can't be in your building 24 hours a day. You got to pay some kind of money to people to make sure that you're right, or you got the right apparatuses and stuff around your home to make sure you're taking care of your body a little bit more than what they can do inside a house hall. It ain't enough. You got to take that shit home with you, bro, because your body be whooped the fuck to death, bro. It's like it's like, imagine you getting a head-on collision in a car and you get out and you just walk away. The next thing you know, you walk about a half a block and you just break down and crumble down to the ground like, oh shit, I'm hurting. That's kind of what it feels like. You just break completely down. I've seen dudes get up the next day, like running backs, mostly running backs. Them dudes have a problem walking sometimes.
And they're not even, quote unquote, injured. They're just beat up from the game.
So
sore and stiff.
Getting on the elevator, like, man, dude, holding me, trying to hold themselves up. I'm like, man, what you doing? Get off me. He's like, dog, my knees is killing me. In college, bro.
Yeah.
It's rough, man.
Yeah.
Like when you're young, you're invincible. At least you think in your head, and you think you can do this shit. All I gotta do is get to the next point, get iced up, get some heat, do all the stuff you need to do, stretch out, Get you a massage and loosen your shit back up. Okay, stretch and get back on there and start doing what you're doing again, over and over and over and over again, till you get tired of doing it. Unless you got qualified people that can help you recover get from A to B, and you got to spend money to do that. It's a rough
Yeah,
game.
masseuses, yogis, acupuncturists, chefs.
Derrick Henry spends like $250,000 a year just to maintain his stuff.
And
Stay
you
on
might
top.
and you might think that's a lot of money.
Well, it is a lot of money.
To us. To them, it's an investment right off.
Well, what's weird, and I'll say this out loud, is that he has to do something like that at all. One would think that would potentially be provided to him by the team.
Well,
Look at
but the team doesn't live at your house, on the facility. Eventually, you got to go home. Then, when you do go home, you got to eat. You got to, do dishes, laundry. So you have people for that.
Team
Do
could provide those
you
people.
have maids? You have yard people and gardeners, and you have masseuses. You have chefs. You have people that take care of your body because your body is what's paying all of that shit.
look at Samuel. He said, "Nomad, yeah, that training room got fuller and fuller as the season went on. Yeah, that shit. You noticed that shit right away. Like, man, what you doing in here? What you doing in here? Man, what's wrong with you? It's all year long. You go in there like I wasn't no person that was in the training room. I might have gone in there and got wrapped in tape around the ankles, but I wasn't no person in the training room all the time. And the trainers used to be like, man, you need to come in here and spend a little more time. I'm just like, man, shut up. I'm good. But they was right. Later on in the season, I made sure I got me a little time in there. They got me a whole lot better than when I was about to walk on the field.
Well, look at what Raging Oracle saying. That's why we're having a hard time filling our youth tackle roster. Parents are seeing these end results and not letting their kids play.
I don't blame them. I used to be one of them people just like, nah, dog, you gotta, nah, nah, nah. Truth is, it's a dangerous game. And you need to start the conversation off like that. It's very dangerous. You might not have, you might make a lot of money, but your quality of life might be asshole backwards by the time you get done with this. And years on into your life, you might start seeing some ramifications of what you did.
But that's the sad part is, we look at historically your Dave Dorsons, your Junior Seaus, and older players who have been posthumously diagnosed with CTE. But then you have like the young fella, like was it Marshawn Freeland that was with Dallas?
Lattimore?
Lattimore. I mean, he was a young guy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like he's a veteran, after he's retired and he's developing these, symptoms or this condition. But a rookie or, 1 and 2 year players having this stuff that we hear about. But it would be interesting to see the numbers and the studies of how many college kids or high school kids even, display the symptoms and have later been diagnosed with CTE. And we're not even talking about professionals here.
Hey, I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you my biggest problem with football. Samuel was right. He talking about going in there for the heat, the massage, getting stretched, wrapped in tape. That's really what I went, just to get wrapped in tape around the ankles and whatever else. Hands once in a while because you got tangled up with somebody. But that's really what I went in there was to get wrapped in tape. But it's the other stuff that they offer in there that most people like myself who thought I was invincible at the time just totally ignore it, which is why I tell the trainer, shut up, shut up and get out my face, man. I know what I can do. They're like, you gonna regret that later. And it was right. It was right. That shit'll catch up to you, bro.
Wake up one morning and be like, how come I limp like this now?
Yeah, dude. It's like the soreness. It's like it never would go away. until I realized that, no, dude, you got to get your sorry ass in that ice bath sometime and get the heat afterwards.
Shit, ice, heat, get you some yoga, learn how to do some Pilates.
Man, dude, the massages, man.
A stem machine.
The massages was the hard. I didn't want to just lay there and be having people. It was all kind of weird people doing the massages. That's why I didn't want to do it.
Masseuses?
Yeah, man, there's some weird looking cats.
Masseuse.
I
They
ain't
should
like.
get you a TENS unit.
I ain't like it. I was just like, nah, your weird ass ain't touching me, bro.
Mm.
You know, you might not get lucky to get the girl that's over there with the hands and shit. You might get a dude that's weird acting and shit. I wasn't with it.
Mm.
Nah, dude. Man, it'd be like, dude, it ain't like that. I know it ain't like that, but you ain't finna be handling me.
You leave my muscles alone.
Get away from me. Like, I don't. You might get something out of this I don't know about, but yeah, you ain't had none, Samo. Yeah, we had some.
We already know that. Do not get Nomad any sweetest massages for Christmas.
Nah, man, I ain't really with people handling me. Period. You know what I mean? But if it's gonna be somebody putting hands on me, it better be a female. You know, I ain't with all that. You know, but you know that was just my little hang up at the time. I'm only 18 years old, 17, 18 years old, little teenager and shit. He said Samuel said they had one. Yeah, he knew better. They all knew better, but
keep it professional. Keep it professional.
I just didn't want dudes touching me, man. That's all. I don't give a fuck what you had in your mind. I don't want you touching.
Can't blame you for that. That's for sure.
Deshaun Watson massages. Oh damn. Come on, man.
Waiting for this conversation to delve into this area. Here we are.
Oh no!
Red Baron went to the tug and pull.
You didn't need to do that, did it? Yeah, man. That's another thing too, man. You know who's doing them? You know, at certain point during the year, you didn't care who it was in there. You really didn't. You just, if you needed one, you was going there and getting you one.
Make it stop hurting.
Yeah, that's mostly what it was. Most of my pain towards the end of the year was with my legs. It was with my legs, and I can handle most of that work. You know what I mean? I can handle most of that, but when it comes to your back and your shoulders, anywhere around your back midsection, you got to get somebody else to work them kinks out. You got to. And so it wasn't like you had a choice at a certain point of the year. You better get them shits rubbed out or be your ass out there hurting. That's all it is to it. One more guy, because I think we got a little bit of time to do this. But what do y'all think about this? What if what we saw wasn't no fluke? And they cut Coleman Bennett because they like what they saw. I you know what I think it was? I think they put him in pass pro, and that was the last thing. If you can't outperform this guy in pass pro, we think you can fit somewhere in special teams, but if you can't outperform this guy in pass pro, I don't know why we're keeping you. And I think that's why Roshan Johnson is probably going to get a whole lot more looks this week. It's because of that. And people think that's just like, really pass pro? Yeah, really pass pro. I know y'all don't want to hear the shit, but
no, we don't want to hear any of this at all. But it may well be the reality that he sticks around, and it is what it is. I don't have much faith in this particular player. What I can say is this: I did appreciate his special teams value that he brought to the table last season. I actually really did. You know, I was really missing. You know, who's going to be out there as a special teams gunner? This guy has speed enough to accomplish that, and he's actually a really sound tackler for somebody who plays on offense. Like I watch him put down some bodies, but again, he's a running back and I'd like to see him actually perform as a running back and perform well. And so far, we really haven't seen very much of that. That being
Yeah,
said,
he
yeah,
he had a burst play, and it's like, all right, cool. Year in year three is like, well, you should really have a few more of those, but it is what it is. As far as where he is now in his development, I don't know that I can say that as far as a running back, we haven't seen enough reps to see him actually as a running back. I mean, he got a few and he made
no, we've seen enough. Trip,
okay,
we saw
but
enough.
it's like, all right, Coleman Bennett, he didn't make the cut. Okay, sad. All right, but we still who's the competition left? Salvon Ahmed and Britton Brown, who we know that the coaches like. So I don't know. I mean, obviously, hopefully, we don't need Roshan as a running back. If he has to come in and tote the rock, he can. A la Travis Homer. Special teams demon. And if Roshan is a special teams demon, and Coach Hightower says, "Hey, he has good value here," I could see that. But I'm not really seeing any value added to the actual running back room.
I one thing about me is I'll never let, even though I love the fan base because they keep us here. I love the fan base. I love us over here at the Nomad Network. I love the No Maniacs. But I will never let people, especially on social media, tell me what to think about a player. All I know is he, for a lot of different reasons we may not know, wasn't given opportunities to perform. And some of them reasons where he was just hurt. And that's what we were being told. He just was hurt. But another reason could be when it came to the offense, because they plenty of times put him out there playing special teams, and just like, okay, he can play special teams. How come he can't get a role in the offense? You know what that told me? That told me he's not picking up everything at the pace he needs to. And he needed some time. That's what it told me. Now, everybody else in the fan base, think what you will, but me and what I know, that means he just ain't sharp enough on his shit and he needs some more time. And given another year, given a whole year into it and getting another opportunity here, I like it. Number one. Two, we knew he had the pedigree coming out of Texas. We knew what he can do. We saw what he can do in the old offense with the old coaches. He had some moments. But now all of a sudden this new coach gets in here and he's kind of relegated to this special teams guy, not really getting a chance to play on offense. And I think it kind of done things to the fan base like, oh, he really must not be shit. No, he just wasn't ready. And now that he's a little bit more ready, you're starting to see. And I think he's going to get some spin here this week. I think we're going to see a lot of the same that we saw this week. Got the pedigree, man.
I don't know. Like I say, we'll see. We'll see what he does. Just they played him quite a bit before Khalil Herbert's departure in preseason as well as in the actual season, to sort of try to justify the transition from Khalil Herbert to Roshan Johnson potentially. And they let go of Khalil, which I'm fine with. I just don't think that this particular player brings enough to the actual running back room. Mind you, I do think that no, he's not. I do think that Salvin Ahmed, I think Salvin Ahmed will be a great addition to the room. So, if it's just for special teams, sure. I don't. If he's the problem with having him be the primary um pass protecting back is it like telegraphs what you're doing. Like he's just there to protect the passer. He's not necessarily there to run the ball. And doesn't scream Ben Johnson offense to me either. So I don't know, man. Like I say, I just don't feel it with this particular guy. Yeah, I thought he was going to do some damage coming out of college, and the damage that he's done has mostly been to his own head.
Hey, fellas, let me tell you another thing. When it comes down to it with coaches want to know who they can depend on. At the end of the day, when I'm in my call sheet and I'm looking around, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to have a Kalmanung guy right away. How can I mitigate this? I like the young guy. I like the rookie, but I know what I'm getting in Roshan Johnson. Is it the best situation? Probably not, but at least I know what I'm doing here. This guy knows what he's doing here. We had him long enough, and I feel comfortable with it. And so that's the thing a lot of fans have to understand is a lot of these decisions come down to comfortability. Who am I comfortable with when I go to my call sheet if I have to go to this guy? And that comes with time spent, time on task. And so will they let go of a young player that has a lot of potential to keep a guy that's been around for a while and the fan base ain't too high on? What he sees behind the scenes ain't what we see.
Well, I do recall he was on the team last year. Both the running backs got hurt, and they went out and found a running back on the road and brought him in and decided to play that guy. So, I mean, they've been watching this guy practice for a year or two now. I don't know. I don't see it. I would need to see an entire preseason of awesome Roshan Johnson doing stuff besides running straight into a human being and potentially surviving the collision. I think we all need to see more. We did see a little something with that pass the other day, and that was cool. That means he can catch and he can run out of the backfield if needed. Really hadn't seen a lot of that before, but
it's got to be a contract year for him. Yeah,
it is his contract year. And this is what I'm saying. I don't see him sticking around due to that major factor. If they're thinking about potentially paying this guy, he just hasn't done enough.
Well, I mean, he could get paid, but not like paid.
Oh,
they could offer him an extension of what they feel is fair. Which could be 5 million, 2 million. I don't know.
Wow.
But speaking of, we mentioned him, but Khalil Herbert, San Fran, yeah, he got cut too.
Yeah, he hasn't had a good little go since he left the Bears. I thought he'd actually do well out there in the world.
That's the thing, man. It's only so many jobs in the NFL as far as starting or even a backup. It's only so many jobs it's there. You gotta find a niche on special teams. You gotta find a niche on special teams. Not only that, when you do get those opportunities, you gotta be a stomp down pass protector. That's gonna keep you. Like, what do you think somebody like Travis Homer keeps finding jobs for? Because of that.
How'd you bring up Travis Homer somehow in this conversation?
I'm just saying some of these dudes have way more value than you think. I'm not saying Roshan Johnson's in that category,
right?
But
have value at something, but maybe not just running back.
I mean, you have some value at running back, but more importantly, some of these other things that need to happen. So, I mean, I'm just not so quick to write somebody off. That's why I sound so optimistic, Scrolls.
No, it's just because he's always optimistic all the time.
Be optimistic.
What was it?
For a reason.
Rainbows and what?
Powder. I don't know. What I say? Powder puffs, sugar puffs.
Sugar puffs and rainbows. That's what you said.
Be optimistic.
But yeah, man, watch out, because again, I'll say this one last time. Dude does have pedigree. Just saying, he does have pedigree. He's just been unhealthy, and for whatever reasons, not knowing enough, been given opportunity. Watch out if he gets more opportunity.
Oh.
Just watch.
Well, I'm sure he's going to get plenty of reps.
All right, I'll tell y'all what, because we're gonna say.
Because remember, Mananga is down. till at least the start of the regular season. So whatever reps he was gonna get are now available.
Well, no, they are available, but they ain't going to this guy. I'm
Well, I
just
mean they're gonna have to be divided up because Swift ain't taking them all,
no,
and so
no.
that only
Well,
leaves Roshan Brown and Britton Brown and Ahmed.
Salvin Ahmed. Salvin Ahmed actually plays a much more similar style of football and or complementary style of football to what Kamanungai and DeAndre Swift play. It's relatively similar. He plays a completely different style of ball, as in Roshan Johnson. I think Roshan Johnson again will stick around just because like you don't want to have another injury and be completely out of sorts. But at some point, I think they may just cut this player outside of just flat out special teams capability.
Hey kids, everybody thinks it's just optimism with me. And all these years we've been doing this, ain't nobody figured out yet. I'm surgical with this bitch. I'm surgical as a motherfucker when it comes to breaking this shit down. I see shit that ain't nobody seeing. Ain't
What are
nobody
you
figured that shit
seeing
out.
here?
I'm telling you. Remember at the beginning of this when I told y'all everybody just wrote off Braxton Jones? Nobody wanted to hear that shit.
I still don't want to hear it really.
And where is he at?
He's on the team. He's been
$10
paid.
million richer.
He's on the team. He's been
I
paid.
say shit that don't nobody want to hear because I'm surgical with this shit.
I don't know.
I'm sorry if that don't sit well with everybody, but I know
It doesn't sit well with me, man. I'll be honest. Sometimes the sun shines on a dog's ass, and we you know what I mean, and you
okay,
just you
sometimes
happen to trip
I'm
in the
way too
situation.
consistent. I'm way too consistent for that
Brother,
bullshit.
you can't use Braxton Jones as
Hey, is that?
there's times where you're not though.
Oh God.
There are.
Okay.
So and we
I'll
could
tell
talk
you
about
what.
Nate and we could talk about Velas and they're both gone.
All right.
And we won't.
That's a good one.
They're both good. They're both good.
This? I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And if y'all want to, I'll tell you what. This just to end the show. Let me let y'all get off on a better note. Y'all want to do a quick movie breakdown or a music breakdown? Give them something else just to get out of the show.
What do you want to do, Trevor?
Y'all vote on it, man. I ain't.
What do you say, chat? I'm just my mind wandered because it's like, do we
I'll
keep
tell you
Caden
what.
Davis at wide receiver, Roshan Johnson running back?
I give y'all the options here. We can do. I think it's boring, but special ed. We can do that music breakdown, that record. We can do Psycho the movie, or we can do Boys in the Hood the movie.
Ricky. All right.
Furious.
Yeah, we can do Boys in the Hood. It's a pretty.
What about you, Trip?
Yeah, Boys in the Hood's cool.
Y'all want Boys in the Hood? All right, man. Let's give people what they let's do this shit. I think it was a profound movie. Very profound movie for anybody that lived in urban environments.
The hood.
Anywhere in the United States. And anybody that wasn't in the United States and don't even if you don't even at least know people that come from this era, it's going to be hard for you to relate to what the hell is going on in this movie. You can see it and it's graphically displayed in a way that you can't deny it. But what was planned in this movie and all the little things that happened in this movie had to have people who wasn't from this environment like curious, like whoa. It was that explosive of a movie. It was like a war zone within the United States. Or did y'all guys see it that way?
What do you mean by a war zone?
It was an absolute war zone. South Central LA was a war zone.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I looked at it not as a war zone, but just as the hood. Because the same issues that they were having, we had West Side, South Side, other communities, cities, urban areas, gangs, drugs. It was it was an issue. Um, in the black community, you got furious styles like, look, army ain't no place for a black man. Here's why. Here's how the community is being broken down with all these gun stores, drug stores, alcohol, liquor stores, and then you get to gentrification. Then the man comes in and raises the property taxes. Now y'all can't afford to live here. Y'all got to go. Then they gentrify everything, build it up, and this whole new hood. So it's the same thing that has happened repeatedly throughout cities, neighborhoods throughout the country. So it was just kind of like, yeah, it's just kind of like looking down the street, except it's on the screen now. Cool ass soundtrack, of course, and the young up and coming actors at the time. So the way it was a reflection of what you see in the hood, and it's like, yeah, right there. See, it's right in the title, Boys in the Hood. The hood. These are the things. This is the war zone that Nomad mentioned that we're talking about. Can we get some help? And then you see the police that are there that are not there to help. You see the teachers and the school system and the job situation, and it's like, hey, that's just like my hood, and all the parallels, and the young, prospective athlete, getting gunned down, and the repercussions after that, and then the fallout behind that, and it's just an endless cycle of shit. And it was sad, of course, because of the way some of those character stories ended. Many of them, most of them, but it was just kind of like, yeah, that's kind of what reality is.
I Go ahead, kid. You got something?
Yeah, yeah. As unrelatable as you sort of made this movie sound, I don't think it was. I'm not sure if being relatable was what Singleton had in mind, right? Like, I think what he really wanted to do is expose what was going on at the same time, making it, much like Trip said, kind of normalizing it to a degree. These are all folks in some strange way, shape, or form that we've sort of bumped into in our own real lives. I definitely know an Ice Cube. I definitely know a Ricky, and I definitely know. Why am I blanking out on Cuba Gooding's name in the movie? But I am. I know these characters in real life in
Right.
a different different angle, different space. I also know Larry Fish, right? That's my dad in this scenario. Lawrence Fishburne is very like his character in this movie, Furious Styles, like very similar to my father. It's part of the reason why like my son Styles is named after this character, as well as Styles from Teen Wolf, if you would believe it. But
Shredder.
anyways, but yeah, that's Lawrence Fishburne's character remind me a lot of my dad. Like very very similar, very stern, and very specific with how I would be relating to my friends at this general age and time. And I went through a lot of dumb shit that's somewhat reflective of what you would catch in this film. This film was kind of a preparation for me, um, and it helped me avoid a lot of mistakes. It really actually did, So as relatable or unrelatable as it may be, um, it definitely helped to steer me into some trouble as well as steer me out of some trouble too.
Well, I'm gonna say this, man. This movie is near and dear to my heart because I've seen some of this era. and some of the ramifications of this era. And I always say that the music drives the culture. The name "Boys in the Hood" come from a Easy E record, "Boys in the Hood," and
Just
it's
Always
felt that I
hard.
had to
Talking
be
that shit will
Compton,
pull your
son.
card.
and so let's just take it back to where the concept comes from. And it's comes from John Singleton, who's from South Central LA, who experienced a whole lot of this stuff, whether directly or indirectly with other people. And this story is about once a time in the hood in South Central LA. And this could be narrated pretty much the same way, but with different characters in every hood in the United States of America. It's like a maze. What you throw some rats in there that has no out, but they keep going around in this thing, figuring out like it's got to be a way out of here. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. But there's no way out whatsoever, whatsoever. And then once you realize there's no way out, the animals in that maze begin to eat on each other because what else you gonna do? What else you gonna do? And there's a song out, I think that's on this soundtrack. It's called "A Friendly Game of Baseball."
Main source.
Main
Mhm.
source, I believe
Half
you are.
Canadian.
You all should listen to that record. Listen to that record, and that's kind of what it was. You now usually got people portions of each different part of South Central LA, all the way out to Compton, Watts, everywhere. They sectioned off into blocks, and they all broke off into colors, numbers, and all this kind of stuff that separates one from the other. And they're just picking each other off like a friendly game of baseball. Same thing that was going on in Chicago. Only it wasn't colors. It was just, okay, what you ride here, you this, you that, boom, boom, boom. The same stuff going on. But they just took colors. And there's a movie before this movie called Colors that kind of put that on display too. And the body counts and the reasoning for, some of the unaliving was just trauma. And now you throw into that into that mix a whole bunch of intoxicants, drugs, and weapons and all that kind of stuff. There's a fight to get that distributed because there's no way out of the maze.
Well, and then
Like,
also to Benji's point, Nomad, the maze, you got the outside influences, the drug culture, you got to get money, you got to be cool amongst your friends, and kids mentioned Furious Styles, that father figure, and how with Trey's mom, they still managed to have that relationship as parents, even though they weren't together as a couple. But you look at Doughboy, Ice Cube, and Ricky's mom, she was not a wholesome, morally grounded, foundational parent, trying to
she
rear
was
her
traumatized.
boys.
Shit, you can tell.
Huh?
She was traumatized too. You can tell.
Right. But her unresolved trauma was passed along to her children. And that is another
100%.
message that happens a lot in the black community in these neighborhoods, is that a lot of these parents, these boys and these girls go through these traumas, don't resolve them, have children, have offspring, and just pass it right along.
Not just pass it, but force it down. Right? Like it became Ricky and Trace trauma.
Well, let me to carry on the
Or is it
story.
Ricky and Doughboy? It's Ricky and
Ricky and
Doughboy.
Doughboy.
Ricky and Doe.
Yeah, Ricky and Dough.
So Doe was the I ain't gonna tell the whole story for because I'm sure somebody
Well,
listening,
it's a 40-year-old movie, so.
and it's trust me, it's a lot of people ain't seen this movie.
Hmm.
And I think it's important. It's more important for, let me just say, and understand that I'm saying this in a way that I want people to get a grasp of why I'm saying it. But I think it's more important for white people to watch this so that they can understand better why the cascade of behaviors and the energy that people in these communities, these black communities have, and where it all started from. It started from the 80s, late 70s or early 80s, when they infested these mazes that they can't get out of with a whole bunch of weapons and drugs. And if you can't, you're already getting discriminated for the good jobs out there. You can't really make good money and you're just trying to have a living. Of course they're gonna grab them shits and use them to go do what they can do. And you get money. And the end of that is the prison pipeline. The prison pipeline that ends up using you for everything you're worth in your young life that's over now, because they're going to charge you more than double, triple, quadruple what you get charged for powder C, because you're selling rock now. You know, the powdered C was the recreational intoxicant out there, but the rock was quick, easy high, and everybody wanted it. Everybody wanted it because everybody wanted an escape from that maze, and this was the
Well,
only thing there. And it all turned into this movie. It
well,
turned.
but now we're talking about Boys in the Hood, hood, crack cocaine, all of that drug culture of how it happened back then and continues to this day. But then to bring it full circle, I don't know if you all saw, but there was a big cocaine ring busted at Penn State University by some fraternity boys, just young suburban looking dudes. One of the kids named, they called him, what was it? Pablo Pledge Bar or something like that, because it was their frat house. And you know how you bring in not recruits, but pledges. Part of their pledge process was how to package up the dope and how to move it. And so these are, 17, 18-year-old shorties coming to college and getting recruited and put into this drug culture. And these are, suit and tie wearing upstanding citizens, not hood kids or, not little poor boys. They're coming from means, but they are still slanging the yayo. And why is that? Are they doing it for the money? Are they doing it for the fun? They're in a university. What are they doing? Whereas Boys in the Hood, they had to do it because there were other options, so many fewer options. And so it's just very irritating that even into this day, where you have the hood still going on with all of its issues, and then you see these kids of privilege just pissing it away.
It's I mean, with the under the circumstances that black people have gone through in this country, and to survive them, there's a song on this record called "How to Survive in South Central."
How to Survive in South
and
Central.
and it is it's deep, and it's on the surface it's very entertaining because how it's portrayed in the song, but it's deep, that you have to survive your environment instead of thrive in your environment. You got people with businesses around you that don't look like you. Where that come from? And all the stuff that's going on. There's so many layers to this movie that when I think about it in hindsight, I just wish a whole lot more people that didn't look like me would just grab it and just look at it without judgment and just say, okay, let me see what was really going on, because it's a very accurate portrayal of life during that era. It was raw, it was gritty, and it was sometimes hard to watch. And for me, it's still hard to watch at times. But it's
But it
it's
was real though, no man, in the sense that it was gritty, it was grimy. But when no spoilers, but when Doughboy was out with his little crew, and they had Trey came out, he snuck out after Furious told him not to, and then they was rolling around looking for those dudes, and then Trey, Cuba Gooding Jr., all he could hear was his dad's voice and do the right thing and all this stuff. And he's like, let me out. And Doughboy, later in the conversation, they had a heart to heart and was like, yeah, you ain't need to be there in the first place. Because sadly, Doughboy had a self-realization of, I ain't shit. I ain't never gonna be shit.
That was
You
that trauma you brought up from his mom. His mom
right.
made sure he knew. You
Make
know what
sure
I mean? But Ricky, on the other hand,
had possibilities. He's an
Ricky's
athlete,
my
a star.
baby.
Let me round this off though.
But to finish that point though, there was that difference that Doughboy, he understood. He had that realization, that clarification, and that he knew that Trey was not on that level. He was a bigger level and he had possibilities. And he was not mad at him for not being there to finish out that ride that night. And so that brotherly love that people don't understand, seeing it happen in a war zone, that's real. That was a real bond and a connection that they had to look out for each other. And sometimes it got a little twisted in the hood, but ultimately it was there.
And I'm just gonna round this off like this. And a lot of times, I remember getting taught in a culture and an ethnicity training for a job that I was doing. I remember being taught by a much wiser, older black woman, teaching me things that I wasn't necessarily ready to learn at that time about, in society. Okay, you've been through some stuff, son. She told me, you've been through some stuff. I can tell. And the more you tell me, I understand you a whole lot better, is what she was telling me. You're just an urban kid that's been through an urban environment and you have a certain mindset. And she started talking about, I'm starting to learn about my own triggers, right? What triggers me. And we actually got into a little bit of that, my freshman year in college. We was just talking about what it was like for me, playing football, going through spring ball and having to go through the training room and like, I don't want dudes touching me kind of stuff. That comes from my upbringing. Like, you don't, dudes don't touch you, bro. Don't touch me. We dap up and give each other that bro hug that we all give each other, but ain't no touching and mother MF and dudes being in your personal space. That's a fight. That's war, from your environment. So the things that you learn, whether you see it or not, whether you realize it or not, coincidentally become things that you are reacting to, and it becomes part of your day to day, and you don't realize it, man. Indirectly, it's affecting you. It's stuff that you've dealt with, and it makes you who you are. So when you start seeing, young black men, young black women, and you get all these people running around, why are they so aggressive? And they looking around like, why ain't you so aggressive, motherfucker? We've been through shit. You know what I mean? We trained to go. You know what I mean? We have no other choice. We've been going at each other forever. And here come your ass, trying to be a Karen or a Ken and shit, trying to act all brand new and shit. We'd be done went upside your goddamn head. And you wondering where that energy comes from. It comes from not watching movies like this and understanding.
Yeah, I mean, shit. You grow up in a jungle, you can't help but be an animal or a victim.
You get
And
ate
then
up.
when you leave the jungle, that's all you know. And it's like, wait, everything's not a jungle. What?
I didn't understand why, like for a long time in my life, like anybody, and I remember going upside heads, man, about this. Like people would get into my personal space, like all too close. And I'm like, hey man, hey, chill out, man. You a little too close. Back up, man, my fault. And then he'd do it again, man. Next thing you know, like dudes, I can't have you in arms reaching me, dude. Don't be all up in my damn face, bro. Back up, man. I can hear you. I can see you quite clearly, but don't be all up on me, man. You're in my personal space. I don't like guys getting that close to me because in my upbringing, like you let somebody in your personal space, you just played yourself. You're gonna get teed off on. Don't do that. So I go upside somebody's head, and people are like, why you do that? I'm like, man, I done told that man, back the fuck up off me. And that was I'm just telling you what it was for me as a younger man, understanding my triggers. Like some people don't have no sense of personal space. They be right up on your goddamn face. I'm like, dude, you're gonna have to give me some space, bro. I don't like guys in my space like that. And that was just something I learned was a trigger from some of the trauma I've been through. You know what I mean? And if you don't learn you, and talking about that man in the mirror, if you don't learn you, you'll never ever learn how to get better. I became better from learning that about me. I don't do that no more. I just tell people like, hey, dog, we can talk, but hey man, you gotta keep space, man, dog.
You a wild motherfucker, man.
It's just the truth. I can't.
Knocking
I
niggas out.
mean,
You knocking
it's the
people
truth,
out for standing too close to you.
dog. Straight
You
up.
couldn't just back the
If I
fuck
done
up,
told
bro.
you,
You couldn't.
if I done told you once or twice, and you still keep doing, I'm gonna check your ass.
Say don't be in the steam room or sauna and have a
You
leg
could
brush.
just back the fuck up, man.
No, ain't none of
Knock
that
a
because
motherfucker
you
out.
some people you back up, they take that as weakness. Like they gonna keep pressing.
Don't be moon landing him.
I done told you twice, man. Get out my face.
Damn. All right.
Shit. Yeah, I
Real
bust
talk.
your ass.
I've done the same shit, but I definitely warned you a couple of times, and also back. Like if I back up, but the thing is, I'm going to articulate the entire like engagement. Motherfucker, I backed up because you all up in my shit and you stepped forward. What's wrong?
Chin
And,
check.
and then I'm gonna crack a couple of jokes and make sure that anybody in the vicinity understands. If it's just me and if this is just happening to you out in the street one-on-one with people, that's weird. Yeah, you should probably knock those people out.
Oh,
they may want it, they may want to do
most
more.
of the time, it happened 3 times in particular that I can really point my finger at. And it was people from work, not at work, hanging out after work, doing it at different places. After I done told them, man, like, dog, you there's this one guy named Scott. It really pissed me off, man, because I told that man, I don't know how many times, like, dude, man, you got a problem, man. I was like, how come you can't talk without being pressed up on me and all in my fucking face, man? Why you can't be over? I don't know how many times I told him that. And I think, to be honest with you, some of that was like, okay, because I'm his supervisor, he ain't gonna do nothing. I'll do it again. And he did it when we was off site at a somebody's party, and I knocked his ass clean out. And I don't regret that. To this day, we cool now, but he had to learn.
And you had to lose your job.
No, I didn't lose my job.
You smacked your
Had to go to HR.
supervisor and retained the position.
No, I didn't smack him. I
That's
knocked his
fucking
ass clean
legendary.
the fuck out, bro.
That is a thing of legend.
He was obviously not on work property.
I got him up. I got him up. Got him a beer. Everything. He was fucked up. But
Wow.
hey, man,
I need to learn how to beat the shit out of my supervisor and keep my job.
I done told you, man. Give me some space. How many times you gotta be told to give me some space?
This is definitely.
I guess if HR said, "Well, why did you strike him, sir?" Well, he was trying to touch me.
He had a big ass eye, but everybody know what time it was. Yeah, I done told you, man.
I done told you. Famous last words.
Crazy.
Man, he's just one of them dudes he's a lot better dude than he was at that point. And he learned, we was working with kids at the time, and they was always complaining about how he don't know, like he too touchy, he too close to me. I don't like it. I wasn't the only one. I'm just an adult. And the kids is always complaining to me, like, man, why is this dude he just too close? And I'm just like, I'm telling this guy over and over, like, man, you gotta back up off of him, talk to him.
Well,
everybody don't need to know what the fuck you just ate, bro.
Well, see, that's how you know Nomad's polite, whereas old Trip has that reputation for if somebody get too close, it's not one of those, hey, back up. It's one of those, back up.
Oh, for sure. But you like this, but this is what I'm saying though. Like I have a friend who is exactly who you've described here. He's a good friend of mine. But the reality is I had to spend good effort in training the friend. You know what I mean? It was like, hey man, you know what I mean? You're a fucking close talker, bro. And like I'm not gonna say that to you in a one-on-one conversation. I'm gonna say it in front of a bunch of people so that other people will start to ridicule him as well. I'm an absolute
you do be close,
manipulating
dog.
asshole. Like, you know what I mean? Like if it's like I can smell your breath. There's no reason for you to be this
Everybody
close.
know you just ate Taco Bell.
You know what I mean? It was how good was a Taco Bell? I'm just gonna crack jokes and bring stuff up like that if that's the situation until you recognize you need to be way over here because he's gonna say something about it and other people gonna look at me like I'm a weirdo. And that's exactly what happened to my friend. My friend eventually just stopped doing it. And not only did he stop doing it, he came back to me and was like, yo, like, am I too close to this person? You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
like,
Sometimes you gotta bust a few balls.
A complete third party. Like in this situation, am I standing too close? Because I feel like I might be standing too close to this person. And I know you're the guy.
People don't have those. They don't have those social cues, though. They don't know.
That's where I'm going, Trips. Let's get this straight. To you all, what is personal space?
It is for me. It should be at least an arm length away, and probably a little bit further, so I don't have to smell your ass.
Arm length and a few inches.
Minimum arm length, right?
Minimum, bare minimum.
That should be a known, right?
You should be able to feel it.
Social contract.
Fucking like
socially, everybody should know that, right?
Yeah, you should.
Guess what? Everybody don't.
No, it's cool, and I understand that.
No, it ain't cool, man.
But it is cool.
You're gonna let people just tread on your ass because he don't know it. If you telling him like, dog, you got to maintain some space.
Well, sometimes you got to tell them in different ways until they learn a lesson.
Man. Yeah, you got to train just like a dog. You got to train folks sometimes.
Sometimes it takes words. Sometimes it might take a little.
Maybe you got to. You might have to thump him, man.
You might have to rub his face in some shit once or twice.
Well, I had to do that a few times.
How you kept the job is the craziest shit I've ever heard.
It's about processing afterwards. That's why. You don't just walk off and like I just knocked this cat out.
Well, if I not see that's a difference.
I stayed there and we talked.
I'm stomping like that's the difference is what I'm saying. I can't just I'm not the type of person to get to the level that I'm gonna smoke you in the face and that's where it ends. You know what I mean?
And then we're gonna talk.
I can't let's go kick it. I can't do that.
It's a different thing when you
have you into the floor. You know what I mean?
It's a different thing when you have malice for somebody and they did something. Once you do that, then there ain't no turning that back.
So basically, it was one of those.
It was a chin check.
One of those to a little get right.
Just chin check is what we call it, is a chin check.
Chin check, right?
That's all it was. Right. And now you know. You know
and then you probably never had that problem with him again.
Ever, man. Ever. We the best of friends now.
See, there you go. And I'm sure, other people, if you had done that publicly, like Kez was doing it, they'd be like, man, I came this close to doing that myself several times because it'd be all up in my face.
The man hired me twice.
That's crazy.
He's a masochist.
Crazy, bro.
I'm not fucking bullshitting, man.
So I'm like warning to future employers. I might smack you just to see what happens.
Hey, bro, some people push you just to see where your limits are.
Oh, and like I'm telling you, I mess with people.
Yeah, no doubt, but at work that's different.
I'm just one of those people who's sort of like, and
if your limits are fluid and they kind of here and there, and then you're gonna get pushed around.
No, it's hard. It's harder to do these types of behaviors today because people are crazy. He did, Scrolls. He did clearly.
No, he did, man.
He hired you twice after. He wants to.
He respects me, man. There's a lot more to me.
There's a little bit.
There's a lot more to me than Chicago.
Some of this hot candle wax.
There's a little bit more than respect going on there, and it's fun.
It's disrespect.
It's fun. Okay, cool.
It's disrespect.
It's
a lot more to me than the nomad y'all know for football.
I'm sure there is. I'm just saying that he might have wanted to like do things with you. And
Mentor.
that's
If
all
he,
right.
if he
People,
does, he kept it to his goddamn self. I
well,
promise.
after you smacked him, he sure as fuck did.
You know, he was going home rubbing it and then rubbing it and then rubbing it and then rubbing it.
Y'all got to make everything weird, man. You starting this shit, Scrolls, you weird motherfucker.
Leave it to Red Baron, damn it.
Scrolls, well played, sir. But yeah, man. Like I said, I would just use social dynamics. Social dynamics have changed so much over the last, 15, 20 years that it's harder for me to just publicly ridicule a weirdo like that and have other people be like, yeah, he's fucking weird. Today's world, they'll be like, no, you're weird for saying he's weird. And I'd be like, what? And then I'd probably want him knocking everybody out. This is how things have changed.
That guy turned into
Definitely would lose my job in that scenario. Just put that.
That guy tell me all the time. He turned into such a man. He became powerful he was just imagine this white guy with all these little urban black kids not really understanding him and trying to his effort was always there. I think his intentions was
Mr.
always
Drummond?
good. He's a whole lot broker, Mr. Drummond. But he meant well, but he didn't understand it, and he didn't know how to
Mr. Drummond, man.
But he became so good at what he did, and now he's damn near Mr. Drummond. You know what I mean? He's a philanthropist with it now, but
oh damn,
he's he became really bought into trying to help people that's been through the shit like what happened in Boys in the Hood.
Nice.
And he, like I said, he hired me twice because he believes in me.
Did he have a white girl daughter?
He's a white man. Yeah, he had a white woman.
I know. I'm saying, did he have a white daughter? Was there a Kimberly?
As far as I know, he still got white.
What about a Mrs. Garrett? I like me some Mrs. Garrett. She was.
I ain't seen him in like 6 years, but
she's feisty, bro. Fiery. Got that ginger.
Yeah, he's straight, man. But this movie here, just to wrap this up, man. This movie is so powerful in so many different ways, and it's a lesson, it's an example, it's all kinds of different things wrapped up into the story and the plight of Black people in South Central LA. But it translates so far broader than South Central LA, and for the people out here that want to understand, Black people in this country that come from these kinds of environments, this is a teaching tool for you because it didn't just stop in South Central LA in the 90s. It carried on, but it just transformed a little bit. And if you ever ask yourself why, this is this way, why do they keep doing that? Why does this happen here all the time? You get your cues from a movie like this. And it's just nothing is new. It's the same thing, but just kind of morphed a little bit, like an amoeba or something. It's real. When you watch this movie, you get to understand some things if you watch it in a, in a way that's not judgmental. Watch it without bias and just take it in for what it's worth, and you're gonna see some things.
And just to close it up, Ice Cube, Cuba Gooding Jr., Lawrence Fishburne, Morris Chestnut, Angela Bassett, Nia Long, Regina King. Those are some high-powered actors and actresses right there. But at the time, shorties, up-and-comers.
Yeah. Great actors, man. Great actors. To this day, it bothers me certain scenes in here, but not to give away the movie, I can't say it, but you need to watch this movie. I don't care who you are. And you can be in fucking Timbuktu right now. You need to watch this movie. If you want to understand Black people in America, this is one of the movies to watch.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it.
Remember the well, spoiler alert, but there was one scene, excuse me, where there was a like the party strip, not Crenshaw, whatever the street was, where they had the shooting, and then like afterwards they were like, Crenshaw, there you go. They was like, yeah, John Singleton didn't tell us that. because he wanted that realism of of reactions when they heard the shots going off. So what you saw on film wasn't acting; it was their natural, like, oh shit, they shooting. And that was the kind of director that he did directing he did.
He knew they was gonna be the people that live in South Central when they heard it. And it's like your natural reaction, get your ass down, man, because it's going on. And yeah, man, it's like let me take this down, man, because I gotta say this, man. I've been around people that ain't from my environment that were in my environment. And they had to come around here and some shit jumped off. And you can tell somebody that ain't from your environment because they don't react the same way.
What are they doing over there? Get your ass down.
Nosy motherfucker, what's wrong with you?
Don't
What's
be
wrong
asking
with
those
you?
questions.
Like I hear these weapons going off, and my natural reaction is to get as low as I can. And you just want to walk towards where you hear it.
Are those fireworks?
Like you ain't been through enough in life. Adversity has not seen you quite enough. You need to learn.
Maybe I should video this for social media.
Yeah. Getting mowed down. That didn't happen a couple times, man. But yeah, man, that's just I'm not proud of any of that. I just know that it made me stronger. Physically, mentally, in every way you can imagine. Spiritually, I became stronger from growing up around that kind of stuff. It builds you, man. And it's unfortunate that people still go through that. I'm still living in that environment, but I'm a different person in this environment than I was when I was growing up in it.
And the sad thing is that there are a lot less fewer styles out there. So when Nomad is, doing what he does around the hood, being the mentor, being the voice of adult or maturity. I know Nomad maturity. I know that sounds funny. But in the hood, he is the experienced one. He's been to college, he's been out of the hood, he's worldly as far as some of those people are concerned. And he takes the time to say, hey, maybe there's a better way to do this than what you're doing now. And so we need more furious styles is in the hood, of which it seems as though they're getting fewer and farther between.
We all over the place, man. I am Furious Styles now.
Me
What I
too.
mean? I'm definitely furious, and I ain't scared. The thing is, people say, "Oh, I ain't scared to go walking through my hood. I'll walk up anywhere in the hood, man." Listen, don't you ain't. It's one thing not to be scared, but don't be no fucking fool, man. You got to choose your moments, and you walking up to different cats out here. You better make sure the people you walking up to, you know what's going on with them, and it's brief because you don't know what's coming around the corner, what's coming around the bushes, around somebody's house. It's dangerous just to go out there and do interventions. People
Yeah,
in
no swivel.
around here in Chicago, Detroit, and people that are really out there trying to change the neighborhoods by being active in the neighborhoods, trying to change it, person by person, house by house, block by block, can get caught in the crossfire of something that wasn't meant for them. That's the danger. I can walk up to anybody right now and talk to them, but I can't control what's coming around the corner.
Because of some shit they did.
Right. And so you got to be careful. And so I learned how to set the situation up so that whenever that from this point on interaction needs to happen, it's in an environment that I can control.
And like Red Baron is saying, when like you grow up, you know what the trigger words are. And he's saying now, if he hears words like on blood or dead homies, he starts his car and he's Audi 5000.
You better be.
You know what I mean? You grew up, it's like, you know what they're saying, what they're referring to. And it's like, yo, that beef ain't mine. And when that
Oh,
beef
that's going.
comes back around looking for you, I ain't trying to be no place near your ass.
It's almost 95% chance that's going downhill fast. As soon as those words come out.
Hmm. And the jacked up part is I don't know where it started exactly, but it has taken way too much hold. But during the gang wars, when rivals would be unalived and they would have a funeral, the rival gangs would now drive up and shoot up the funeral and
Okay,
all of
choose
the
your words.
mourners that were there.
Be a little more, be a little bit more colorful with your words, Trip. We monetize this time.
Uh,
Bang bang them or something.
Smoke them.
There you go. That'll work.
All right, and so that their friends, family, mourners, fellow gang members are all there. So it's like, oh, we got it, fish in a barrel. And so the disrespect, the of life in general, just that don't care and don't have any thought about repercussions or innocent bystanders or all of that was Boys in the Hood, and it's still to this day.
Yeah. I mean, when I tell you Trip and kids, and I ain't gonna say kids wouldn't know it any better than Trips, but as Black people, I think we can all relate to how profound a movie like that can be on people like us that at least experience some of this. You know, it's very profound, and to this day, just talking about it makes me reflect on so many different things that help grow me. You know what I mean? And growth I'm always after every single day. And I look back at that movie, and I could be going in a certain way for a couple months. Let's just say that movie pops up on my YouTube feed. I'll sit there and watch it because I need
Boys in
to.
the Hood.
Yeah, I'll sit there and I'll watch it because I need to remind myself what I've been through. Things that people that I love and care for, what they've been through and why they're a certain way. The ones that didn't break that chain, didn't break that cycle, that still are in that way. It's a lot of people out here that's like that, and they've spawned children that are like that. You know what I mean? So it's deep, man. It ain't just a movie to me. It's more. And so, a lot of people can relate to it that way.
That movie for me would be Half Baked, unfortunately, or Spaceballs. But I'll just put that out there.
They're a little lighter.
Well, hey.
A lot of people in the graveyard, man.
There are, man. I just don't want to. I don't want to
trivialize the shit, man.
No, it's not trivialized. I can't spend large swaths of time thinking about others in a graveyard or in a jail cell, man.
It's real though.
The reality is that they're there, and I'm here, and I got to progress and live a life.
So he's not there.
You know what I mean? That's half the reason why I don't. Half the reason, but like real talk, this movie, South Central and New Jack City, I think every kid should have the opportunity. Every teenager should check out those three films, basically back to back, to gain an understanding of what the '90s really actually were. I think it's those three movies put together, really good synopsis.
Hey, Scrolls, I hear you, bro. I'm gonna try to squeeze that in next week instead of a movie or a breakdown. I'll try to squeeze it in. You're right, man. I do need to get on that. There's a lot going on in the world right now, and I'm just choosing Bears right now over everything. But yeah, you're right. I do need to do that, and I'm gonna try to squeeze it in next week. But man, let's get up out of here, man. We appreciate everybody for being here. Number one, I'm just feeling like I'm getting back to normal somewhat, and I ain't nothing normal about what I got going on. But as far as the content goes, we got a couple of shows back to back, and without no problems, man. And I appreciate that. I appreciate these bros right here on the screen. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Smitty making sure he give us something, man, to help us out. Everybody, man, we appreciate y'all. It's so special to be able to do this sometimes, man. I just need it right about now. I'll just tell you that. But without getting sappy about it, let me go ahead and pass this rock on over to kids for some closing thoughts before we get out of here.
Look, big ups to all y'all for joining us on a Wednesday, man. Really appreciate it for a Bears focused extra sauce. Looks like we may be doing similar things while this preseason sort of rolls us right into the regular season. And that's a good thing as far as I'm concerned. Lots of Bears talk to be talked, and we'll keep abreast of all of that as we go. I do want to give big shout outs to one specific person with a hilarious chat that I didn't get to talk about as we're going through. Normally that scrolls, but chat of the day definitely goes to Raging Oracle today for the Gordon Gantrell chat, man. That was hilarious. I don't know if anybody else caught that, but it was very well played, sir. I just wanted to bring it back and throw that out there because yes, that shirt is definitely a Gordon Gantrell shirt, and even
We're
though
definitely do the right thing, y'all. I thought we did that, but we need to do that.
oh, sorry, that should be done before. Yeah, man, them titties are crazy.
Stop it, man. Hey,
I'm
man.
sorry, but like that's where that as soon as those
Damn.
words,
Areola.
You usually have the best filter. You just couldn't
I'm
help
pretty good, but that film, as soon as it comes into my scope, I just see ice cubes
So
and
perky and sweaty.
yeah, I'm
All
sorry.
right.
Blame Spike Lee. It's not my fault.
All right, man. All right, Trips. How about you, man? You got some closing ideas?
Yeah, just shout out to everybody that joined us, and a reminder that Saturday we'll be here for the Bears preseason game. I believe that starts kickoff is at 6 p.m. Central. So we'll be here like 5:30 Central, and then next Wednesday on some extra sauce on MF in the Kitchen, last Wednesday of the month. Chef Trips sent a note that the menu will consist of sardine fillets and goat cheese croquettes, I don't know, with a creamy capers dipping sauce. So look forward to that live cooking on next Wednesday, some extra sauce.
You better not, man. You better not.
It will be beautiful.
All right. And so just a quick programming note. We'll do that entire game and reaction on Saturday. So don't expect Nomad at Night on Sunday. I know these guys ain't gonna want to do it unless something crazy happens. We don't expect that. So we'll do that show and we'll see you guys after that show on Wednesday the following week.
Awesome.
So just know that we ain't gonna do Nomad at Night on Sunday. We just gonna roll with that game, live reaction, and then we'll give y'all a good post game after that. And then we'll chill, man, until Wednesday, man. But we appreciate you guys. Love you guys. Y'all the best, man. And we want to leave you guys with these famous last words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.